Look, Donald, between you and me, I've always admired the way you run things. Your rallies, your style, even the way you tweet is fucking awesome. Honestly, I try to be just like you.
I can tell, Gavin. You've got the hair, not as good, but you try. Do you know what the difference is?
What do you mean? There is no difference.
When I lead, people want to move in. When you lead, people want to move out of California. Even your ex-wife, Kimberly, left you and came to work for me.
I don't get why everyone hates me.
You slept with your old campaign manager's wife. You home-wrecked them, just like you wrecked your city, your state. Total disaster. Perfect timing. Even the birds hate you.
What President Trump doesn't seem to understand is that crime is something normal in Chicago. It's a tradition. We're all criminals here. I'm a criminal. This Wakanda guy is a criminal. This bitch with the white hair, she's black and she lives in Chicago, so she's probably a criminal. Just let us live peacefully in our crime-ridden shithole, okay? We don't want you here. Thank you.
Well, it seems like a very nice day to have a Chinese military parade. You see the Chinese people there waiting for President Xi, Kim Jong-un and President Putin to walk out. Okay, here they come. I think they want to show President Trump that they also have power. Wait, is that? It can't be! President Trump just flew into the Chinese military parade. How the hell did he get in? Wow!
I think the Republicans will vote for an extension. We won't have any Democrat votes. We could give the greatest budget ever. Tax cut of 50%, everybody taken care of, perfect for women, perfect for men, perfect for minorities, perfect for everything, and we wouldn't get one vote for the Democrats because they've lost their mind. They are so deranged. They have Trump derangement syndrome, and I don't want to burden the Republican Party with it, but they really are. They've become almost sick. They actually think there is a disease. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. They've got it. No matter what we did, no matter how good, you could give them everything that they've ever dreamed of, and you wouldn't get one vote. These are sick people.
You are witnessing something that few people got to witness from beginning till end in their lifetime. And that is, over the last 4 years, we thought we were seeing the fall of the Republic. And now, with Donald Trump back in office, what you are seeing, what you are witnessing, is the greatest comeback that's ever happened to a country in real time. Patriots, this is the moment.
I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to a place like New Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country that's become quite tough, quite bad. So we're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks, easier than D.C.
Ready for two, ready for doors, ready pop, ready open. Ready close, ready shut, ready face, forward, pop.
Here are some of the victims from the Epstein's case. They were on NBC. The reporter had asked them if they knew anything at all, about President Trump being part of this entire case. Did he, in any way, shape, or form, was involved in this whole thing? And the answer is no. Then it leads to this. How or why are they coming out now? To make the Trump administration look bad? Knowing that the Biden-Harris administration had the files this whole time, 4 years, why didn't they push it to come out if they thought President Trump was part of it? Again, why now? What happened during the Biden-Harris administration for them not to be able to come out and speak about it? That's the question that I need answers to. Now, just because it doesn't add up doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just curious. And this is just where my mind leads me. For them to come out now, it's because the Trump administration is bold enough, and every single one of them has some type of protection, versus what happened during the Biden-Harris administration. They were suppressed, in my opinion, to not open their mouth to talk about anything. At this point, because they are guaranteed in some way, shape, or form, who knows? But there's more. Could this be, financially backed up and influenced in any way, shape, or form? There are so many questions. None of this adds up to me. But again, this is my opinion and my opinion alone. They are victims, and they should be protected. The names of those people, all the elites, regardless who they are, needs to be let out.
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment, with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein?
No. Transparency is justice. Release the files, end the secrecy, and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors.
So again, why now? Why now?
He was so wealthy and powerful, and he would not let me go. With victims of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein speaking out on Capitol Hill today, and with last night's release of more than 33,000 documents related to the investigation, pressure is only mounting on the Department of Justice to reveal much more of what it knows. But here's why the document dump is only adding to the intensity. A CBS News analysis found that most of the information in those documents was already in the public domain, and specifically, Democrats and Republicans say 97% of the information was already known. And in an effort to force the Trump administration to go further, Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie co-signed a bill with California Democrat Ro Khanna called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and it would force the release of all unclassified documents within 30 days. But that needs to come up for a vote first. So right now, Congressman Massie is trying to convince his Republican colleagues to sign his discharge petition. This would circumvent House Speaker Mike Johnson and force a vote on the House floor. And in an effort to push Congress to act, Massie and Khanna held a press conference on the steps of the Capitol with several survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse, many of whom had never spoken in public about their experience before today.
Until that day that I met Jeffrey, I have never been more scared in my life than I was that first time that he hurt me.
You can see more details and regular updates to this story on CBSNews.com.
Listen up. How many liberals does it take to run a fully operational wheat and cattle ranch?
None. They think their food comes from the grocery stores.
You damn straight. Yeah.
Liberals claim that words are violence.
Yeah, but then they throw rocks and act like a bunch of overgrown children if they don't agree with you.
You damn straight.
Yeah.
That's insanity. And the people who enforce it and create these policies would qualify as insane. And they've ran people out of this state. An 18-year-old boy who got into bow hunting because of my TV show got a ticket because his bow case wasn't zipped up. There's a law in Michigan that wildlife policy has to be based on science. What's the science of a bow case? So I got rid of that law. When I started hunting, some man thought he had control whether I hunted out of a tree or not. Is that man in attendance here that has control over my tree climbing? No man has control over my tree climbing. There were 11 counties that it was forbidden to hunt on Sunday. Who is the man that can intervene between God's nature and my recreational, sporting, spirit connection to the good earth that can tell me that somehow mysteriously the hunting season ends when the sun goes down on Saturday? That's insane. So we got rid of that law. I beg you, on behalf of the people that come up to me every day, get rid of these insane violations of Prop G that says the game laws have to be based on science. And then the DNR sued me, and it said in the suit, this is funny. This is funny. They claim I had feral Russian boar. Well, for all of you who went to school in America, feral is an escaped domestic animal. My pigs were on the preserve. They hadn't escaped. So I'm being sued for something that doesn't exist. And Russian boar, there's no such species as a Russian boar. A Russian boar can only be a male pig that lives in Russia. It's not a species. I asked them, would you sue me for having pterodactyls? Because I have as many pterodactyls as I have feral Russian boar. And after tens of thousands of wasted hard-earned dollars, some judge finally went, yeah, I guess they're not feral and they're not Russian and some of them are females. I hope this pisses you off because everybody that comes up to me is just livid. The DNR and the NRC have chased families out of the sport over absolutely insane anti-nature, anti-science regulations.
This is the deep state timeline over the last 20 plus years. And these things were not isolated. They're patterns of the U.S.-backed interference, exposed by leaks, Freedom of Information Act, and now disclosures like the Durham Annex and Tulsi Gabbard's her ODNI report that she released. And it all started, this is as far back as we've gone, but we think it all started about 2000. And there was the Serbia bulldozer revolution. I don't really even remember this. But I'm starting with this event because it provides a very successful template for color revolution. And this is the template that is followed over and over and over again. And you will actually see the characteristics of it happening here at home by the time we get there. Now, USAID, they use their insane budget and the tax dollar funneling system through organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy. Why? Well, let's see if this sounds familiar, like a trend that we've seen over the years, both at home and abroad. They train street activists to overthrow the ruling government. How do we know they did this? Well, it's nothing classified. It's not hidden in some vault below the State Department. They bragged about it and used it as a case study on their website. But they didn't do it alone. Remember, the deep state, this machine here, it has multiple parts. We've already identified them. They got help from people like George Soros and his foundation, that network. Color Revolution also enlisted the help of private U.S. companies. WikiLeaks exposed email correspondence between the intelligence firm Stratfor and one of the regime change NGOs on the ground. Now, a few years later, this correspondence continued, this time with another blueprint. They wanted to pull off a similar operation in Venezuela. But the group...
The phrase conspiracy theorist, if you don't know, and your audience may or may not know, some of them probably do, that word, that phrase, conspiracy theorist, is a phrase after the JFK assassination. What the CIA did at that point in time is they developed and we now know this. This is not me making this up. This has been known for a long time. This was not one of the things that we recently discovered with the exposure of some of the more classified information that's been held for decades. But the phrase conspiracy theorist was purposely designed so when anybody of influence at that time after the Kennedy murder, anybody at that time of influence would say the government did it, they would immediately attack them. The media that existed at that time, the mainstream media, as we now know, a lot of people call it the fake news media. But at that time, they said, use that phrase and just beat them about the head and shoulders and call them a conspiracy theorist. And that has stuck.
Right.
That has stuck in our lexicon here in this country. So if I say the 2020 election was stolen, right? Well, there's no proof. There's no evidence. How many times do we hear the media say there's no evidence? There's no evidence. There's tons of evidence. And sadly, and they won't do it, though. This is where, again, this is back to the good versus evil. So those that are evil will never admit it, and they will not say they're sorry. They're not going to come in and go, well, geez, I really made a mistake.
Bigger than I think anyone anticipated. We are obviously going to be requesting these SARS reports from Treasury and also too following up on that. There's some very rich and powerful people that need to go to jail. I think everyone's been frustrated as to why that hasn't happened before. But it is very much so a possibility that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset working for our adversaries. But also, too, I think the questions that we have is how much did our own government know about it? And so there's more to follow, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from the chairman momentarily. But I do applaud the victims from coming forward, because we heard from a woman who was as young as 14 years old when she was victimized multiple times by Jeffrey Epstein. So that's hard to hear.
Will you sign the discharge petition and ask the discharge petition?
I think that the files will probably be released prior. I don't know why Comer hasn't. I think that he should do it, so it wouldn't even have to come to a vote. But I mean, obviously, I've been a huge advocate, even when I was the only one in Congress calling for the release of this file. So I think I'd be happy to, yes. Thank you.
What do they call for the victims if they want those files released?
The victims want information to be out there, but they don't want their personal information, I think, for good reason to be out there. So I think from the get-go, even the Attorney General has stated that there's victim information that you have to make sure that's private, being that some of the victims also, too, are as young as 14. That's child pornography. So thank you, guys. Guys, let her through.
You represented Virginia Roberts for 30 years. She eventually had to recant the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that.
We're not talking. All right, next question.
Next question.
Thank you.
Who's next? Why is it that she should be?
Yeah, no, we're not answering your question. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
How did the victims feel about the interview that was given to Ghislaine Maxwell?
There's a woman trying to say something.
That's
better. Okay, ma'am, I think that you had a question.
Are there any people who are currently serving in government who are named, who you know of, are in these files, who you had relations with, anything of that sort, who Jeffrey Epstein connected you with? Are you willing to say yes or no?
I don't think I can answer that.
Lopping off someone's ding-a-ling doesn't make them a woman, it makes them a eunuch. But you already knew that, right? So, as I was saying, George Soros, Bill Gates, and many more are pursuing a depopulation agenda. Very inappropriate. Poison in the food, fake medicine, endocrine disruptors, psych meds, and mass immigration. They want to turn your kids gay, retarded, or both. David Hogg, Harry Sisson, and that one fat chick are the prototypes. Very off-putting. I don't often say the word yuck, but I think it fits here. Conspiracy theories, for the most part, are simply spoiler alerts. Alex Jones, paragon of truth and justice, has been saying these sorts of things for years, and it's high time we start paying attention.
Well, there's 33,000 pages that have been released. I have to at least look over some of them. I'd like to get through all of them before I decide whether or not I'm going to do that, but I think that they've basically released everything except for the victim information, which obviously we don't release that. One thing to note that today when we were actually talking to some of the victims, one of the women stated that at 14 when Epstein started to victimize her, that she has no recollection of some of the stuff that was done to her. She's hoping to find that out so that she can actually bring it to her therapist and continue the healing process in regards to the damage and the trauma that was caused to her. So, but from what I'm being told, from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of very wealthy, bad people. It's actually scary to hear some of the stuff that was brought forward. And so I think the only way to collectively attack this is as a group and as a whole, meaning that Democrats and Republicans have to work together and back Comer's subpoenas, because I think this is going to be pretty hairy.
Is there more information beyond these 33,000 pages?
Well, there's going to be names. The attorneys kept emphasizing you need to follow up on the names. These girls are not just making this up. These are some of the wealthiest people probably in the world. And we'll start from there.
So they named individual people that are part of this?
Apparently, in these files that just dropped, I have not been able to look over all the files. Again, there's 33,000
I'm talking about in the meeting.
There are some people named, yes.
Were there any public officials that they named?
No, but very, very wealthy people have been named.
Can you name them?
They told us not to because they don't want those people to start basically burning files. So I think this is going criminal investigation for sure. I will say that what's been released, obviously the American people have wanted for a long time. Kudos to the DOJ for getting it to us. I know that some of the delay was due to redacting victim information, and so we'll see where it goes.
Constitutional authority to do the local taxes. That is your counties and your cities. So what we're going to do is we're going to place a question on the ballot that is going to allow Floridians to be able to vote themselves relief from property tax. And as I said, my vision is, if you own your home, to truly own it, you have to own it free and clear of the government. You shouldn't have to pay rent to the government. And, there'll be people that are, buying investment properties, fine, that's different. There's differences, but your personal home, we really believe should not be subject to tax. It's an unrealized gain. And I'm just one that's if you tax me at point of sale, I buy a car and I pay a sales tax on it. But for me to then just, pay a tax on the value every now, cars usually when you drive them off the lot go down. Now during COVID, the cars actually went up in value. You'd buy a car, there was such a shortage that you could drive it off the lot and then you could even flip it for $5,000-$10,000 profit because there was such a rush to buy vehicles. But that's our vision.
It's just gone from bad to worse to disaster.
No one really feels safe. It's impossible to feel safe in a city like this, especially with the leadership we have.
These kids are carrying guns around the ages of 8 years old, and they're killing other 8-year-old kids with guns. It's insane.
My opinion, not enough police officers. The police officers' hands are tied.
So the police is really unappreciative for offhand under Brandon Johnson, Lori Lightfoot, J.B. Priester. Those are three are the reason why nobody want to be a police.
Their policies when it comes to crime is not working at all.
I think the biggest piece of the pie has to be more police officers, more protection. That's what the people want.
I recently asked my friend's little girl what she wanted to be when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the President of the United States. Both of her parents, liberal Democrats, were standing there. So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now, and you can mow the lawn, pull weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. Then, I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work, and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party.
We're not going to do things with you anymore if you don't stop this. Is that what it took?
They didn't say that at all. You will not find that quote, so be very careful, Aaron Burnett, that you don't make things up like your cohort.
A lot of people seem to stray away from their core beliefs, but this is one person that stands his ground. And over all these years, he still calls it just like he sees it, Ted Nugent.
When you talk about things like these things with women, is this something that, do you...
These things with women. What's these things with women?
These things, when you use the words like toxic C word. Because I think the problem that I have with it, and a lot of people have with it, is that you wouldn't say those things unless you thought those things. They aren't things that people just say off the cuff or say because they aren't thinking. People don't say those things unless they think those things about people. And that is a fact, Ted.
No, I don't think it is a fact. I take a lot of my cues from Bill Maher, your left-wing poster boy who used the same word to describe the great Sarah Palin. So I think learning from that kind of offensiveness, no, you're right. It wasn't right. And Aaron, I think that was about 7 years ago I said that on stage. And it was during some of the most egregious violations and abuse of power and corruption that people like Hillary Clinton are responsible for. What she did in Benghazi, she should be in jail right now, along with Eric Gun-Running Holder and a whole bunch of the crooks in our government.
We created, and I created, a thing called Space Force, so important. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland.
As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason.
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama.
In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it.
As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our war fighter is put first. And we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
The DOD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments. And where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitter's Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians.
Listen up.
How many liberals take to get out of a round room?
A whole blue state's worth, and still they'd say the walls are racist for being white.
Yo, damn straight.
I want to hear something funny? Yeah. Trump could rescue a drowning child from the ocean, and Democrats would accuse him of starving the sharks.
You damn straight. Hey, did you guys see this shit? I guess ICE just raided a Nebraska meat packing plant. And overnight, 80% of their workforce was gone. And if you want to know why, it's because they weren't supposed to fucking be there in the first place. And you want to know what happened next? Dozens of Nebraskans lined up to take those jobs. Glen Valley Foods was flooded with locals ready to work. Proud Americans stepping the fuck up. Love hearing that. But here's what pisses me off. That video, the video of the raid that shows all those oppressed illegal immigrants in handcuffs and this one little spoiled punk-ass kid flipping off the camera. Now, that's entitlement. Can you fucking imagine? And before you lefties start lighting up my comments, calling me a racist or a fascist or a piece of shit or whatever other slur you guys are calling people who don't agree with you and have a difference of opinion this week, maybe you should take the time to understand my position on this. Because here's what you should know about me. I firmly believe in law and order. And if you come to America, there is a process. You can follow it. Anybody can. Millions have. But if you break in illegally, you are a burglar. Simple as that. I can't go break into your country and demand free shit. Why should you be able to do that to us? If I trespassed into Mexico, I'd be arrested. If I crossed into Canada illegally, same thing. But here, they expect amnesty and free healthcare, free education, free fucking everything, all on your dime. And see, I'm just not okay with that. So I hope this little punk flipping off the camera after he got caught burglarizing our country
today. Feeling sure is the only way to make friendships grow, but I'm too afraid now. I put my armor on so you how strong I am. I put my armor on, I'll show you.
You know the fake news? This is the fake news. He's a friend of CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore. I watch this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes.
Let's not start with CNN because they're just so
Mr. President.
wrong.
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CBS. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what they were doing, and we knew exactly who they represented. And that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the United States, trying to poison our country with illicit drugs. Last year, under the Biden administration, all 4 years, 100,000 Americans died from drug-related, from drugs, from the use of drugs, many of which poured in from Central and South America through our southwest border. Now, we're sealing the border. But President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been. And to send that clear signal to Tren de Aragua, Cartel del Sols, and others emanating from Venezuela, we're not going to allow this kind of activity. You're poisoning our people. We've got incredible assets, and they are gathering in the region. And so you want to try to traffic drugs, it's a new day. It's a different day. And so those 11 drug traffickers are no longer with us, sending a very clear signal that this is an activity the United States is not going to tolerate in our hemisphere.
Bill Gates has been caught red-handed funding a fraudulent petition aimed at blocking Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation as the head of the HHS. The scandal involves fake signatures, dark money, and a massive attempt to manipulate public opinion. Let's break this down. It all started with a letter organised by the so-called Committee to Protect Healthcare, claiming it was signed by over 17,000 doctors, urging the Senate to reject RFK Jr.'s nomination. Sounds credible, right?
So I clicked on the letter, and guess what? I signed it twice. One says Dr. Fake, and one says Dr. BS. See for yourself. Anybody, anywhere, can sign this supposed letter repeatedly.
This petition isn't just misleading. It's funded by Arabella Advisors, one of the largest dark money networks in the world. And guess who the main financiers are? None other than Bill Gates, George Soros, and the Ford Foundation.
Arabella Advisors Network operates as a, quote, dark money organization, and they never have to disclose their donors. The Arabella Network manages billions of dollars in donations, making it one of the largest and most powerful forces in modern philanthropy. Arabella managed funds sponsor numerous advocacy campaigns and initiatives that often appear grassroots, but are funded by the same network. This practice, known as astroturfing, creates the illusion of widespread...
The man who all his years in the Senate voted against every weapon system except slingshots, is now talking tough about our adversaries and the need for national security. You're right, he doesn't. To those of you who are too far away to hear, a lady up here said he doesn't know what he's talking about. She's absolutely right. And last-minute conversions aren't going to hide the fact that these liberal Democrats don't represent traditional Democrats anymore. You know, national Democrats used to fight for the working families of America, and now all they seem to fight for are the special interests and their own left-wing ideology.
Welcome, Patriots. Let's see if I can say that. I don't know what he's saying, though, frankly. Himmy dimmy yona, Mr. Yeah. Good evening, guys. Sorry, I am very, very late. I've been sick today. I am still sick, but I'm here. Like a half part-time student. Some of my high school teachers used to call me that. Are you a part-time student? Anyway, got a bunch of crud. I suppose it's news to look at. You know, if you didn't notice, if you happen to look at my page, we've got a little event going on Friday, yeah. Friday, as far as I know, as far as everything stands now, we're going to have a little debate. No, I didn't set it up. I'm just moderating it and broadcasting it here between Mark Cook and Aubrey. It's going to be a debate about election integrity and the voter rolls and whether or not they can be cleaned up properly, I think, before the midterms or the next election, something like that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, I think. I don't think I'll be doing much here moderating, but I think I'm getting a cold. But anyway, it'll be fun. It's 3 o'clock my time. It would be Central Time. So it's a little earlier in the afternoon. It's already set up, so I think I got to change that out, though. Anyway, talking out loud here, you guys ready to look at some news? It's kind of a semi-slow day today. I've had a bad headache all day, so moving at turtle speed. Oh, Trump accused Xi, Kim, and Putin of conspiring against the U.S. I don't know if I'd go that far. It's just one of those things the headlines like to say, because when you turn around over here, he says he was watching the impressive China military parade. I think he was making a joke, frankly. Then they said Vladimir Putin told President Trump there were no schemes against the United States during the China celebration with Xi and Kim Jong-un. This is what he posted. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. I find it funny. I don't know. I mean, unless you think his feelings are really hurt because he wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure he's just met with all these people at one point or another. There's a lot of goofiness again today in our little media war we're going to look at, but I suppose some of you by now saw the thing about the hot mic where Putin and Kim Jong-un and Xi were talking about the possibility of humans being able to live up to 150 years in the coming decade or so, I think it was.
发展，人类的器官会不断的移植，甚至越活越年轻，甚至会长生不老。有人预测呢，本世纪呢可能未来可以活到150岁。Есть прогнозы, что в этом мире Коля,
So, continuous organ transplants, huh? Interesting. And Kim Jong-un's starting to look a bit older, isn't he? I think he actually looks better now than he did before, though. England's moving to ban the sale of energy drinks to children. They'll just find something else to get hopped up on, right?
I want to talk now about a plan by the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, to ban the sale of energy drinks to children. These are high caffeine energy drinks. He talks about the war on childhood obesity. He wants to make it illegal to sell energy drinks containing more than 150 milligrams of caffeine per litre to anyone under 16 across all retailers, including online and shops.
Age 16? Anything with more than 150 milligrams of caffeine per liter? That's a lot of caffeine, really. What's going on? I'll be all right. It's getting better talking, Gingeru. It was worse putting all this stuff together with a pounding headache. Israel launched a new spy satellite and alleged message to its enemies. I don't know that that's what it was trying to do. We're going to take a small look at the situation today.
Well, the Israeli military operation against the last Hamas stronghold is underway, even as Israel deploys a new technology to keep an eye on the rest of the Middle East. CBN's Julie Stahl has more.
Israel officially launched its ground operation in Gaza City on Tuesday after a massive call-up of reservists. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu commended the reservists and noted Israel's victories in the war against Iran's proxies, but emphasized that Hamas must be defeated.
We're working to defeat Hamas, but along the way, we've worked wonders together because we broke the Iranian axis, both in Gaza, in Lebanon with Hezbollah, and with the Assad regime that collapsed. Also with Iran itself that posed existential threats to us, and we removed them together, and now also with the Houthis. But what began in Gaza must end in Gaza.
Some 33,000 reservists reported for duty and are gearing up for their entry into Gaza. Media reports said several thousand did not show up, but will report, mostly citing strain on families and businesses for their delay.
So they're about to make the last push, and they're sending in a bunch of reservists. There were some news stations reported that there were a lot of people that refused.
Palestinians are fleeing from Gaza City again, getting out before Israel launches a major ground offensive against the city. The Israeli government says to root out Hamas and search for hostages. Palestinians are heading south to a so-called safe zone where Israel claims food and shelter will be provided. Fahad Awad and his 8-year-old sister Ilham were in that safe zone today, walking barefoot to a charity kitchen. I wish I could be like kids around the world, reading, studying, and learning, Fahad says. These children were also in that safe zone today.
I hate to say it, but that kid right there deserves the opportunity, while he's still a kid, to have a little bit of time being a kid. They need to leave. It's time to leave. There's nothing left. They're not doing anything but holding out on piles of rubble at this point. I think they should save their children now and get out. And I know they're trying to figure out where to go. At this point, they're trying to follow orders. They're just like, when are we supposed to leave and where are we supposed to go? Most of it's these tent cities that you see right here, which doesn't, that's not good enough either. I hope that these people get to go home eventually after they rebuild the place. But in the meantime, I don't know. Kids shouldn't have to grow up like that. It's ridiculous. Trump said he could deploy more U.S. troops to Poland today.
Soldiers remain in Poland. Yeah, I think so. I mean, do you know something I don't? I don't know. Yeah, we're very happy. If anything, we'll put more there if they want. But they've long wanted to have a larger presence. We have some countries that have more, not too many, but no, they'll be staying in Poland. We're very much aligned with Poland.
Yeah. There's some bad things happening in Poland, like every country. And a lot of innocent people caught in the crossfire, like many countries. Florida will end the vaccine requirements to attend school, making it the first state to do so. The state's Surgeon General said every vaccine mandate drips with disdain and slavery. Then this also read, Florida to end all vaccine mandates statewide. Yay, Florida.
Florida is set to end all state vaccine mandates. Governor DeSantis and State Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo announced the controversial decision late this morning. The state has required a number of vaccines for kids attending schools for decades, and that includes shots that protect against measles, mumps, polio, chickenpox, and hepatitis B. We are working this story, and we'll have so much more for you coming up tonight on CBS News Miami at 5.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s catching a lot of hell for it, and they're accusing him of endangering the lives of Americans for everything he's, I don't know, pushing, I guess, doing.
More about the CDC fallout. 9 former directors or acting directors are now accusing HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of endangering the health of every American. That assertion coming from a New York Times op-ed this morning, just days after Kennedy fired the newly hired chief of the CDC, Susan Menares. Joining us now, one of the authors of the op-ed, former acting director of the CDC, and our own former ABC News chief medical editor, Dr. Richard Besser. Good to see you, Doc. It's unusual for all these former heads who served under both Democrats and Republicans to actually come together and write this op-ed. Tell me what you, all of them, well, as a group, what you're hoping to accomplish from this op-ed.
Well, yeah, thanks, Kira. It's good to be here. It was an incredible experience working with this group of people. We represent someone who.
I just think that we're at a time of change, and if they can't get on board with their current president, current administration's direction, and the direction voted on by the majority of the people, then they need to go. We don't have time for that crap anymore. It's time to get things done. Since I'm on the subject of Robert Kennedy, I wanted to show you, not that. This about Tylenol sales going way down. Robert Malone, and by the way, the same Robert Malone, it says that Fauci's hiding in Italy, speculates RFK Jr. may release information regarding the link between autism in children with Tylenol and multiple childhood vaccines. Let's listen to this.
Again, the caveat, this is my opinion. I don't represent the CDC or the ACIP or the U.S. government, but our answer from the ACIP and the subcommittee will drop to the best of our ability, given the short timeline, on September 18th and 19th at the upcoming ACIP meeting. So you will see what our recommendations are going forward relating to these products, and then the mission space that we have managed to squeeze includes revisiting the entire pediatric schedule, insisting on data for vaccine interactions, insisting on control data, addressing these issues such as the appropriateness of immediate afterbirth vaccination with hepatitis B vaccine, the importance of and the appropriateness of the current vaccine schedule for the human papillomavirus vaccine, and really everything else is all on the table. Is this the right thing to be doing that we're doing? And what about the interactions of these? And remember, another, as if things aren't busy enough, the Secretary has promised a major drop of information relating to autism. And if I had to look in my crystal ball, I speculate that what we might hear is something about the interaction of Tylenol in the very young together with things that are pro-inflammatory, like, say, for example, multiple vaccination.
Wow.
That may be part of the issue associated with autism. I speculate, and many others are saying so, but the Secretary is made it clear that, as he said in that very first press conference, he was going to get to the bottom, to the best of his ability, of the issue on the wave of autism by this September. Here we are. It's showtime, and so you can anticipate there's going to be some important announcements associated with that very soon.
That's pretty interesting. He seems like a pretty straightforward guy. If he says Fauci's hiding in Italy, I'm off topic. You know what's messed up is I was literally about to take a Tylenol for my pounding headache when I came across that. I was like, I don't know. Can't take any of that crap anymore. All right. I don't know where I'm at. I got lost. Here we are. France has ordered their hospitals to prepare for war, directing them to be ready for a major engagement in Europe by March of 2026. Seems pretty ominous.
Let's talk about what the heck the French and the Germans know that we don't know, and why they seem to think that we're going to be possibly at war with Russia within a matter of a year or two. French hospitals, according to documents obtained by a French newspaper, have been ordered to make preparations for imminent war in Europe. Germany says it's on alert for a Russian military drill that could be used as an excuse to basically launch an invasion of European neighbours. Well, let's talk about this with Mesa Gifford. He's a former British volunteer fighter in Ukraine and indeed elsewhere as well, and joins us now. Good afternoon to you, Mesa.
Good afternoon.
This is all very worrying when you hear about these stories, or should we not read too much into it? And then actually, you know, we have to have preparations for war at all times, and that would include hospitals being able to prepare for a war or other emergencies, and that, of course, military drills would be a signal, you know, that perhaps we should be be on alert, or is there something to worry about here?
There is genuinely something to worry about. At the end of the day, Vladimir Putin is a dictator. He's someone that doesn't consider there to be a limit to Russia's borders. He said in the past that wherever a Russian soldier places his boot belongs to Russia. He's even described the fall of the USSR as one of the greatest tragedies that's ever sort of befallen the world. So this is a man who has already invaded Ukraine. He aspires to take other countries in Europe, or other parts of Europe. For example, Transnistria in Moldova, the Baltic countries. For us personally, it would be devastating if there was an invasion of the Svalbard Islands. So at the end of the day, we must be prepared. We've underinvested in the military for a very long time.
I just don't see it. I don't think that ties in with the plan. But, as far as things go, if there's really some deep state left kicking over there and pushing, then, it may be that they plan to continue to try and manipulate the people of the UK and following what they're doing and hopefully starting a war as some kind of last ditch effort. And that would be, I suppose, against Russia. But I guarantee you Russia's not going to go any further west than the Donbass, most likely. And that's what he told Trump. And I believe he's good for his word on that. So I really don't know. I think this is just a lot of hype, a lot of scared tactic crap, freak people out, and some people fall for it. I mean, I've seen some channels on YouTube, I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but there's some people that seem to live their whole life in fear with like a suitcase next to the door ready to run out anytime they think the world's ending. And my God, what a horrible way to live. To hell with that. Hillary Clinton's daughter, Chelsea, is reportedly weighing a serious bid for Congress to succeed Representative Jerry Nadler. Shouldn't they put Bill and Hillary's daughter? I don't know. Weird. Yeah, that won't go well for her, will it? I don't know. New York, though, is kind of... Federal appeals court rules that Trump unlawfully invoked the Alien Enemies Act for deportations. I know we've seen some about this.
A blow to President Trump's immigration crackdown. A federal appeals court now says that he illegally used the Alien Enemies Act to quickly deport alleged Venezuelan gang members from the United States. The court rejects his claim that the migrants were part of a quote-unquote invasion. It was in March, you'll remember, that the president invoked this 18th century law to send hundreds of Venezuelan migrants to a notorious prison in El Salvador. But even with this ruling, the legal battle is not over. CNN's Caitlin Polance is tracking this one, joining us right now. Tell us more about this ruling, what it means, what they said.
Kate, this is a lengthy ruling from a very important appeals court, and the question they're answering here is, are we in a war? And they say no, not in this context. The reason that this case...
We've got 8 warships that probably beg to differ, lady. Is it an official congressional war? No. Is it the kind of war you could wrap your little head around? No. But it's a war. You better freaking believe it. If you've held someone overdosing on fentanyl or opiates in your arms and watched them dying, it's a war. Snopes, this claim was all over the news today. An August 2025 email from one of U.S. President Donald Trump's political action committees asked for $15 donations and began, "I want to try and get to heaven." So obviously the left is playing this up big time, like everything else. I don't think Trump is even officially connected to these political action committees that I know of. They've sent all kinds of nasty things before under Trump's name that I guarantee you Trump wouldn't do. Not to mention, it was a joke. There's that. But they even called it true, saying that online users claim the official fundraising email from U.S. President Trump asked for $15 donations, began, "I want to get into heaven." they're basing this off of like one or two ex users and screenshots and things they know nothing about. Snopes, you've gone downhill. Not that you were ever uphill by any freaking means, but you've really lost it. The TDS is... Okay. The Army could have stopped deadly mass shooting. A lawsuit says the Army's getting sued over that guy, if you remember the story.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Anna Myler with a WBZ News update. Survivors and families of the victims of the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting are suing the federal government and the Army. 18 people were killed and 13 others wounded when an Army reservist opened fire at a bowling alley and a bar in 2023. The lawsuit claims the Army was negligent and failed to follow its own rules when it received warnings about the mental health of the shooter. They say the Army and local law enforcement should have removed his access to weapons after he expressed a desire to harm others. Survivors and victims are seeking damages for wrongful death, injuries, and emotional distress. A camp counselor trusted with protecting children is accused of taking inappropriate photos of a young boy at the Plymouth Boys and Girls Club. 20-year-old Bradley Collins faced a judge yesterday.
What the fuck? Wait, the Plymouth Club? That's where we were in Massachusetts, Boston. Holy hell. The fuck is wrong with people? A counselor. Kids need someone to trust more now than ever before, and their counselors fucking them. What the fuck? Sorry. Couldn't help it. As for the Army guy, I don't know. I was under the impression he had been being watched and kept away from weapons. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what the protocol is for all that. But J.B. Pritzker is deeply concerned about ICE targeting the Mexican Independence Day events coming up. What a racist piece of donkey shit. I mean, seriously. Let me explain something to you, J. Beefy. They will do whatever the hell they want to do. If they want to surround your Mexican Independence Day festival and start talking to every single person there, they can. And if your police officers get in their way, they're just going to get arrested too, which, you know, is going to be your fault, stupid. Sorry. Illinois needs a new governor bad. I've got time on my hands. Vote for me. Utah's congressional map must be drawn now, a judge rules. Basically, what this is about is, I know this is like a week or two old, the whole Utah thing. But the judge is getting a little antsy and telling them, you need to do it now if you're going to do it, because midterms are getting close and there's problems with these other states and what they're going to do. And yeah, just thought I'd point that out about Utah. They've only got 4 districts, so it's not like it should be too hard to redraw the thing, right? 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 Yeah. Don't do it Pritzker style. It'll upset some people. This situation today really was irritating. This is hypocritical. I was really shocked about these Epstein survivors. They disappointed me today, frankly, and I'm going to tell you why. Yeah. Obviously, they came out and said, we have the names now, and we want the names put out there. And here, I'll show you that.
I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will.
All right, so here's the problem with that. She's talking about 2 different lists. One is this list people always talk about. It is just his freaking address book. It's a list of names of people he knew that's already out. You're not going to get a list of who went to the island. I doubt they kept the registry, okay? First of all, hey, let's make sure you sign in to Pedophile Island. Duh. And on top of that, what she's talking about doing is writing down names, maybe of people that abused her, maybe of people that she knew were supposedly abusing other people. That's great and all, but that you really can't do that. You can, but you need to go through the legal system. If you don't have evidence against these people, you're just and there may be evidence, but there's a certain way to do things, and what they're doing is odd. I think it's counterproductive, and you see all those pictures that are around Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the people behind her are all saying bad things about Trump. I've got a few pictures calling him the pedophile and stuff, and here they are holding up these signs on the thing there, the podium there. It says Epstein Files, Transparency Act. Transparency, but if you saw in the intro, every time someone asked them a question, they're like, oh, we can't talk about that. We can't answer that. Well, why don't... You're literally on TV right then and there in front of millions of people. If you want to be transparent, don't sit there and make threads. We're going to make a list. Just say the fucking names. All you're doing is playing a game with the people now. And I don't like it. I don't like the situation. It's getting a little hokey. And
there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massie, who is sponsoring a discharge position to get the House to vote on releasing those documents, says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and he says that's why the Justice Department is redacting them and slow-walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president.
you know what I think the problem is And Trump said yesterday that 90% of the files are out there now. That last 10% is mostly content you can't put out there. But it's also the people that are involved or they're implicating are tied up in a RICO situation over other things, Russian collusion, election fraud, et cetera, and probably a whole lot of other things. There's a weird timing to it all. And you know what? The truth is, we know the names. We know a lot of the names. You know the names. I know the names. Trump connected a list of 100 names. They're out there. If they didn't see it, that sucks. But why Marjorie Taylor Greene knows better. Thomas Massey's an idiot anyway, so I don't expect him to. I don't know what they thought they were doing today. House moves to expose the Epstein files, authorizes oversight probe. Yeah, this is another thing. It just doesn't even make sense.
Well, this just in, the House Oversight Committee publicly posted the files it has received from the Justice Department on the sex trafficking investigations into Jeffrey Epstein and his former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. The folders contained hundreds of image files of years-old court filings related to Epstein and Maxwell. They also contained video files appearing to be body cam footage from police searches, as well as law enforcement interviews with victims with their faces obscured. The Justice Department released the files to the committee in response to a subpoena, but the files mostly contain information that
you yourself can literally go through them right this moment. There's 33,000 some files, videos, files, images, very, very unorganized, I'm told. I could play a video of some of what's in it, I think.
The House Oversight Committee just released some of the Epstein files sent to them by the Justice Department. Let's bring in CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, I know these documents were just dropped. What do we know about the release?
Yeah. In fact, roughly 33,000 pages have been released by the House Oversight Committee as a result of a subpoena that was issued, a bipartisan support for this subpoena that came out by this Republican-led committee last month, calling for the Justice Department to provide this information to the committee. Now, we're still, of course, going through this information. It just came out from the committee moments ago, and it's unclear how much new information ultimately will come to light from all this information. We do know that they had been working on redacting sensitive information involving some of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring. So it's unclear how much of that information ultimately has been redacted and what we'll actually learn that's new. Democrats had reviewed this information beforehand. They contended 97% of it or so was already in the public domain. A small percentage of
Sounds like some of those files they showed us back when they were after Trump. This is where you can find them if you're looking for them. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Go to their website and you'll find it. Oversight.house.gov. That's oversight.house.gov. You can look through any of those files yourself. This is interesting. James Comer just announced he has subpoenaed Alexander Acosta regarding Epstein, and he's agreed to come in September 19th. Why this is important? Just recently, an Obama-appointed judge blocked the Trump administration efforts to unseal the transcripts from the 2006 to 2008 federal investigation under U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta tied to Epstein's 2008 non-prosecution agreement. Epstein had previously been arrested in July of 2006 on state charges in Florida for soliciting prostitution, leading to his sweetheart 2008 plea deal. This plea deal, proven in the transcript of Alex Acosta's interview, discussed Epstein belonging to intelligence as a reason for the lenient deal and was told to leave it alone. So, are we about to find out he belonged to Mossad, CIA, intelligence? Are they saving it for last? And either way, here's what James Comer said.
As well as Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. We've expanded that to Alex Acosta. Acosta's coming in, I believe, September the 19th, 16th or 19th. We've got that date down. I know that we'll have a lot of questions for him with respect to an earlier Epstein prosecution that he was involved in when he was U.S. Attorney. We have the documents, the initial batch.
Maybe we're going to find out more than we bargained for. It's going to take people forever to go through those files. They're not labeled. They're not organized in any fashion or manner. It's a disaster. So it's basically click and guess. So they did put out the full video that they supposedly had taken a minute out of, or a minute was lost out of there. Several weeks ago, the DOJ released the full video they had of the only working camera on Epstein's floor. One big problem with the DOJ release showed a cursor in the bottom left corner of the video. The House Oversight Committee released another video today with an entirely different date and time format, and a cursor has disappeared. This indicates what the DOJ released several weeks ago was altered. This indicates the video the DOJ released was either recorded with the camera or was a screen recording. If you look at this picture on the left here, I mean, you can even see the cameras. If you look at the 46 on the door, it's very blurry at the top and much clearer on the bottom. It looks like a different camera altogether. What's it about? I don't know. There's nothing in here. I just don't get the whole story. MJ said something about at one point seeing somebody walking backwards, and he thought maybe they could have been dragging somebody, but I don't know. And here's the other thing. It's supposed to be a missing minute, right? There was a minute missing. Well, they gave us 2 minutes and 46 seconds. I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. And the mainstream media does have wall-to-wall coverage of Epstein survivors. What does that tell you? MJ wants to know. What does that tell you? They're all different headlines, too. And that's how they are. And a lot of them are mostly about Trump. It's about Trump. Here's some of the pictures today. Those weren't the worst ones. Then there was a lot of these. Pedophile POTUS. Pedo Man. Some of them are right there behind Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right. Even Jasmine Crockett said, pay very close attention. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to release the Epstein files. Now that survivors are naming him as Epstein's close friend, he's calling it a hoax. That's just it. The survivors aren't naming him as a close friend. They're saying the opposite. So what's she trying to pull? Then Trump hit back at a reporter today. It said he's taken no action against Russia. That was interesting.
Yes, go ahead.
You've expressed many times your frustration and disappointment with Putin, but there's no action since you took your office.
How do you know there's no? How do you know there's no action?
But
Really?
don't you worry-
Wait.
What
Who are you with?
action
Who are
did
you
take?
with?
I'm with Polish radio.
Okay. How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal? Would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia. You call that no action? And I haven't done phase 2 yet or phase 3. But when you say there's no action, I think you ought to get yourself a new job. Because if you remember, 2 weeks ago I said, if India buys, India's got big problems, and that's what happened. So don't tell me about that. Go ahead.
He did say that, but the fake news media is too stupid to see that, you know, those two things are connected. Trump has to tell them it's connected or they don't piece it together. Every time they try and piece something together on this side of the aisle, there's a Trump in the middle, and that's sort of what Trump derangement syndrome is. It's just their brain can't finish connecting what it needs to connect because there's a TDS in there. Oh my God. This is weird. Footage of late anti-gravity researcher Amy Eskridge, who claimed disclosure would come from Huntsville, Alabama, is now going viral following her alleged suicide. The buzz intensified after President Trump announced that Space Force Command obviously is being relocated to Huntsville, Alabama. Will disclosure come from there?
Disclosure is going to come out of Huntsville, Alabama, out of Redstone Arsenal. Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama is the biggest fucking deal that you've never heard of. It's the biggest fucking deal that you have never heard of. Because the fact is that we have deep and wide, extensive credibility that no one knows about because you're not supposed to know about it. Because it's in Alabama, it's obscure. You're not supposed to know about it. That's the point.
People that don't know what Huntsville is. Amy
People know what Huntsville is? Is that what you're saying? People don't know what Huntsville is. Huntsville is the biggest fucking deal on the planet that you have never heard of. Now, like, Huntsville is the Silicon Valley of government national security technology and intelligence community technology and aerospace technology. Huntsville is like the hub. Like, we are number 3 on the First Strike launch list. If First Strike happens, 3 targets, Huntsville will be one of them. Alabama. This is Alabama, dude, in the deep south. We're in the top 3 First Strike. We're in the top 3 First Strike because you haven't heard of us. That's why. It's on purpose. I started the Institute for one reason. One reason, the Institute. I started it as a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off. If you stick your neck out in private, fuck you. They will bury you. They will burn down your house while you're sleeping in your bed, and it won't even make the news.
Amy committed suicide in 2022. So what she's saying there is much older in 2025. And it's just, I don't know. She, can you guys still hear me? Did I mess up my microphone? I messed up my audio. Hopefully you can still hear me. So putting herself out there clearly didn't work, did it? Does that mean you can still hear me, Posty? Okay, yeah, there's my Where's my thing? All right, so that had to have been at least 3 years old, what she was talking about there, first off, and then clearly what she said didn't work. Or, being as it was 2022, I'm hoping that the White Hats picked her up because it's too soon to release anti-gravity stuff she was working on. Man with the weapon is reported at the University of Massachusetts Lowell campus today. Here's the video circulating online. Sounds like I got out of Massachusetts just in time. I mean, what the hell? Another campus. Another gun story.
Developing story we've been monitoring. Welcome back to New York from Massachusetts here for the last few minutes trying to get more information. UMass Lowell is where we're watching the university. It has issued a shelter-in-place order. The police there are saying that they're investigating. There have been reports of a male on the south campus of UMass Lowell carrying an object suspected to be a gun. Okay, there's a campus-wide shelter-in-place order issued. Officers trying to find this individual that has been reported. Again, we don't know much more than that. Massachusetts State Police putting this out. We're aware of a video circulating. Person appears to be armed, walking in Lowell near the Riverview Suites. Middlesex Street and state and local have responded to the area. Anyone with relevant info should call 911. UMass Lowell, I believe it's the second largest in the UMass system. Flagship, of course, UMass Amherst, but Lowell, Massachusetts. We'll go back for any updates.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
And I suppose we should look at this really quick since I brought it up. I think they found him, but they haven't said much about this story at all, which is odd.
You guys need him closer to the mic?
A tad, yeah, that should be
All
good.
right.
Sorry.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah, everything
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening. This afternoon, UMass Lowell police learned of reports of a male walking behind Riverview Suites Residence Hall on South Campus carrying an object that appeared to be a firearm. We're also aware of a video shared on social media that showed this individual. To be clear, at no time was this an active shooter incident, and we received no reports of a shooting or any injuries. A campus-wide shelter-in-place order was issued as officers from UMass Lowell, City of Lowell, State Police. We also had the FBI and a regional SWAT team, NEMLEC, respond to campus. All classes and events on campus were canceled for the remainder of the day. After an extensive search and investigation involving city and state police partners, law enforcement determined the suspect was no longer in the vicinity. The shelter-in-place order was lifted shortly after 5:15 this afternoon. Classes and events remain canceled for the rest of the day. A large police presence remains on campus, and officers will be assigned to each university's residence halls. I really want to make that a point that we'll have officers stationed outside every residence hall overnight, just to, for a safe feeling of safety, and the parents should have that, should understand that we're providing that. In addition, the university will be offering dedicated counseling.
Okay, is this guy an idiot? He's no longer in the area. Look at this picture. What's he carrying right there? What do you see? This guy's in the area. There's a film of this. You see him walking. I took the clearest image and clipped it here. A guy walking around with that, and they determine he's no longer in the area, so they lift the shelter in place, but they haven't found him. This was never an active shooter situation. Well, what's he doing right there? I mean, that doesn't look, I get there's some possible FFs happening right now, but I would think some people might be concerned about that. He didn't seem very concerned at all. I don't know. Wondered if any of you guys knew the answer to this I came across today. It says, does anyone know why the Federal Reserve in Chicago has 21,000 plus employees, while all the other Fed banks have anywhere from 131 to 3,000 employees? What's so special about the Chicago Federal Bank? Does anybody know the answer to that? I mean, maybe it's online. I haven't had time to look, but I had a feeling, if anything, one of you guys or gals might know the answer to that. Why would they have 7 times more employees? Seems odd. Anyway, we'll move on from that. Remember this from Trump yesterday, or I think he might have even posted it early this morning. I somehow didn't pay much attention to the part here where he said he shot the boat with a kinetic weapon. What do you guys think of that? So that's I mean, I'm trying to, I want to make sure I say it right. Kinetic strike refers to the use of kinetic energy to deliver damage or destruction, often through projectiles or bombardment techniques without relying on explosives. So did they shoot something to make the engines blow? I mean, you saw the explosion here. Put the video up. So what kind of kinetic weapon you think was in use here? I don't know why I overlooked that yesterday. Maybe I did talk about it yesterday, but
さあ、音が近づいてきた。今見えた。一瞬見えてきたよ。
Yeah, I just caught that sound. That was Japan's new $70 million maglev train that was going 310 miles per hour. I wanted you guys to see that. Pretty amazing, wasn't it? See it again? Now you see it, now you don't.
今見えた。一瞬見えてきたよ。
Oh, that's funny. I thought it was funny. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry, I don't even remember barely touching the microphone. Anyway, I don't know how long I was off there. I wondered what kind of kinetic weapon they used to blow up the boat. Almost looked like it blew up from the center. But anyway, couldn't remember if I mentioned it yesterday. Fresh from the UK, the government working group at the direction of Keir Starmer with Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner as an overseer established a working group to develop a working definition of anti-Muslim hatred. The UK government is now trying to establish Islamophobia as the greatest threat the United Kingdom faces. Wow. Holy shit. I am so sorry to all of you that live in the UK. I'm starting to get angry for you. Like J.B. Pritzker, Keir Starmer, they're one and the same POSSOB. You know, it doesn't matter where you live, I guess. Oh, and check this out. Remember how, we had that January 6th insurrection, all that stuff? Well, look what Don Lemon did today. That's how Don Lemon, who was fired by CNN for being such a disgusting misogynistic pig to his female coworker and his women, is trying to get viewers for his new podcast. Clearly, his misogyny continues. Capitol Police had to ask Don and his production team to leave for aggressively harassing the staff after they stormed the Capitol and Marjorie Taylor Greene's office. Isn't this inciting an erection? Insurrection. Wild, huh? Don Lemon, you've lost your fucking mind. This is interesting. This is actually pretty important. You know what this means? Roger Stone posted this yesterday. This didn't age too well, and now John Podesta is on the DOJ's target list for indictment for seditious conspiracy. Enjoy prison, you pedophile. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11.3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11.4. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. This is a Q post. That's why I always said John Podesta would be the first public arrest. According to this, it's November 3rd. You know, Juan thought Hillary Clinton at the end of October, like the Q posts talk about. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe 11.3 is different than... Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe that doesn't mean November 3rd and November 4th. What do you guys think it means? Either way, it's good news. It means we're close and closer than close. Based on all that I know, September is likely to bring what can best be described as a political tsunami. October will, in turn, mark the military one. Without intending to sound overly sensational, the coming 60 days will rock the world. So a political tsunami in September and a military tsunami in October. You know what's funny about that? Where am I going with this? Why am I going to laugh about this? This guy's right. He's right. But it reminds me of what Jaco said last night. We're going to have a tsunami. I see a tsunami. Maybe he's seeing a tsunami, but he's seeing it as a tsunami that floods the country when really it's trying to tell him we're about to go through a political tsunami and then a military tsunami. Boom! I got to work on my booms. This is interesting too. Can you spot the code here? Tell Hamas to immediately get back all 20 hostages, not 2 or 5 or 7. And things will change rapidly. It will end. 2 is B, 5 is E, 7 is G, not beg. To give back all 20 hostages, not beg, and things will change rapidly. It will end. Interesting. What does it mean? I don't know. I mean, it's pretty straightforward for the most part. Captain Kyle shared this, so I thought I had to share it because I don't know where he got it. It says it was broadcast live on Channel 2 News in Uruguay when a cow was abducted live on television. I don't know, but we're going to watch it real quick.
De campo, lamentablemente el gobierno se quiere apropiar de todas estas tierras para hacer un basural y la verdad que es una lástima porque es lo único que queda de vegetación en esta zona.
¿Viste eso?
Sí.
¿Viste eso hacia atrás? Si botamos por acá, por arriba. Ya, boludo. ¡Corre!
Real or AI? I don't know where he got it from. That would be my first place I would investigate. So if I knew that, I'd investigate better. I don't know. You guys got to decide on that one. That is our news updates, I believe. I think we covered everything. Let's see what we got in the lineup tonight. Now that we got all the goofy news out of the way. Every other article I see on here is about a judge doing something against Trump or Trump's health. This one article just popped up. Trump keeps saying one word that makes his health situation look so much worse than this. Right after a judge blocks Trump's $2.2 billion Harvard funding freeze. God, I can't read. They can keep working on this stuff, but ultimately they can't force Trump's administration to pay out to Harvard now, can they? Or Congress. What else has popped up? Trump administration ends second layer of temporary protected status for Venezuelan migrants. He doesn't care what the courts think. We're about to be in a war situation with the people of Venezuela, or Maduro at least, and whoever is helping him. All right, that's all I see that's popped up since I got on here. Let me take a look at what's in the lineup tonight. I've been slacking. I did want to play something that came up really fast. It's only 10 minutes. I forgot one story real quick. In Germany, and I thought it went up to 7 candidates have died suddenly just before an election that's coming up.
Jerman terguncang. Hanya 2 minggu sebelum pemilihan lokal di Nordrhein, Westphalia, 4 kandidat dari Partai Alternatif Jerman.
Oh, different language. That bites it. Okay, moving on then. What I wanted to show you from Roseanne Barr, it's just a short video. It says, "Did we sacrifice a generation?" What do you think she means by that?
Muchas personas me han dicho lo mucho que les ha ayudado su libro TEPT, Tiempo de Sanar. Muchas personas me han dicho lo mucho que les ha ayudado.
Okay. Apparently I found the Spanish edition. Give me 1 second. Either way, what do you think they mean by that? what generation was sacrificed? This one that's had to go through this experience more awake than everyone else, or we had to do things the painful way. I'm gonna bring it up here. Like I said, it's only 10 minutes, so I just wanted to play it for a second. We'll move on, see if we can figure out what they're talking about exactly.
Mask up. You got to wear your mask, because that was their program. They wanted everybody to buy into that program because they didn't.
Why
know the
did they
truth.
want us masked, Kathy?
Because it depersonalizes. It inhibits oxygen to the brain necessary for critical analysis-free thought, and it muffles voices, especially from 6 feet away. And the depersonalization it caused, as soon as the children developed identity disorders from it, then that was redefined by the school system as gender, a gender problem, that they had they didn't know their own gender. And so they redefined it so they could push the transgender movement in, which is a pedophile agenda that is also a depopulation agenda rolled into one, because there's no human procreation with it.
Right.
But it's horrible what we did with the children.
Do you think they're talking about the COVID generation? Maybe the kids? What do you think she's talking about here? They're kind of all over the place. Oh, it could be because it's 6 minutes. What the fuck is happening today?
So many people have told me how much your book, PTSD, Time to Heal, has helped them, including returning soldiers who got PTSD from having to fight in Iraq and all the places we sent them. It helps them too. It can help a lot of homeless vets too.
It can help a whole lot of the survivors who are stuck in the victim mentality to realize they don't need anyone intruding on their minds. That's adding to the problem, that they can just go within and reclaim their birthright to live free, think free, reclaim their joy, get out in nature, feel the sun on the skin, feel the wind in your hair, breathe it in, all these things make such a big difference. And people have just forgotten that because we've been conditioned to the little looking outside ourselves into devices, and we need to stop that and get back to what's natural.
And if you think about it, these devices, if you pay attention to how social media, especially nowadays, it's being exacerbated with like the Gaza war and all the stuff going around the world. It is trauma-based mind control that you're in micro form all day long. I left social media about 3.5 weeks ago. Finally, because I realized I get on there, I get traumatized, I start arguing, and it's pulling me out of my feeling. And I'm thinking, I think they figured out, the bad guys, that, hey, we don't just have to do satanic ritual pedophilic abuse. We can just fuck with these people on their phones, in their bedrooms, and control their mind.
Yeah, that is what it is.
And they're dividing MAGA now.
Well, look at all the snap judgment goes on. Nobody's thinking further. They're just snap judging. Yep. And that was intended through these devices. And Mark taught me, he said, from the beginning, voice no negatives without a solution. Not only did that keep me from just complaining all the time and he didn't have to listen to it, but it actually forced my brain to think in new ways and opened more neuron pathways, because I needed to learn how to think. We all do. Yeah. We need to reclaim that. And so what if social media had that rule? Voice no negatives without a solution.
God.
Can you imagine how much humanity would change?
That's amazing.
With that one application.
That's
well,
amazing.
It would depend. I have to say it would depend on the solution, because a lot of the solutions that mass media puts out there are satanic too.
Yeah, well, I think we can all think.
I think we have to say, if it comes from a place of hate, then it's satanic. And I think we have to say, I think we also have to say, if you are in because this is deep philosophy, but I think it's true. If you're in a victim mode, you've fallen right into the lap of the satanic, because the victim mode, thinking like that you're a victim of anything or anyone, unless you truly are, I'm not talking about that. But the victim mode narrative that goes on the internet and TV and all media, that absolves you from any responsibility for the actions you take. Because you're like, I'm oppressed, so I can blah, blah, I can hit, I can commit violence, I can hate because I'm resisting. But you're not. You fell right into the victim mode, which is satanic thought, because you have to be free of that. You have to be free of that to actually create and live and be joyful human being that lives the love we are, like you say, Kathy.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, definitely that this victim mentality has got to stop, because when people don't know their own truth and they stay in that victim mentality, when people don't know their own truth, they're hanging on to program. And if they got program, they want to share it with everybody and force it on everybody. That's what where all the arguing comes in among survivors. No, you have to look at it my way. You have to buy into my perception, because they need validation from outside themselves for the lie that they're following. You know, we need to get through that curve and know our own truth. And that takes going within. When we know our own truth, then we're strong in it. We don't need anybody to validate that for us. We don't have to push it on everyone. That allows everyone to have their own path and heal from within. And it stops this constant bickering that's going on, in this this overwhelming push of ideas. I think that we saw magnified with Mind Control Masters a virus. You know, those who bought into the program, those who didn't. You know, mask up. You got to wear your mask. You know, because that was their program. They wanted everybody to buy into that program because they didn't know the truth.
Why did they want us masked, Kathy?
Because it depersonalizes. It inhibits oxygen to the brain necessary for critical analysis-free thought. And it muffles voices, especially from 6 feet away. And the depersonalization it caused, as soon as the children developed identity disorders from it, then that was redefined by the school system as gender, a gender problem, that they had they didn't know their own gender. And so they redefined it so they could push the transgender movement in, which is a pedophile agenda that is also a depopulation agenda rolled into one, because there's no human procreation with it.
Right.
But it's horrible what we did with the children just by masking them up and then putting them behind plexiglass, depersonalizing them till they don't even know who they are, and then telling them it's gender confusion. And the next thing they know, they go from the masks and the plexiglass to stuffing dollars in tranny panties. We've really messed up a generation. We all better wake up, remember who we are and why we're here, reclaim our free thought, and start protecting our children going forward. We got a generation to heal.
Amen.
Big time.
Amen.
Don't you think that the parents of these children that allowed that are under heavy duty mind control?
They've been indoctrinated and conditioned for so long that they're only now waking up to realize it. You know, like there's so many parents that are dealing with overwhelming grief. They're seeing the results of what happened when they had their kids get the injection and masked them up. They're having to deal with that reality. Now they've got overwhelming grief. You know, again, pick up that pen, write out your grief, write out your guilt, write out your trauma, write out your fear, write out what's immobilizing you, add a solution, you know, and get your brain firing, because we got to make sure that we evolve with the knowledge we just gained and never let this happen again.
What if one capsule a day could help you feel full, reduce your cravings, and actually enjoy eating less? Meet Appetite from the Wellness Company, a groundbreaking formula.
No. Got something interesting I want to show you that I just came across. It's only 2 minutes long, so then we'll get into our videos. Got some cool stuff. Where'd I put it? Check this out. I suppose it would help if I opened it.
Virginia Giuffre warned us, if I'm ever found dead, it won't be by my own hand. And she wasn't bluffing, because Virginia left behind her final weapon, a digital dead man switch, a vault of evidence set to detonate the moment her life was taken. And what's inside? Proof of Israel's plan to remove Trump during the first 2 years of his presidency. A coup designed to seize total control, unlocking an agenda decades in the making. When Virginia was killed, we were one of the few media outlets in the world she entrusted with the files. She chose us because she knew our record. We've never flinched from the most dangerous stories. Podesta's emails, Pizzagate, Epstein's inner circle, Justin Bieber's abuse at the hands of entertainment industry elites. We've always gone where others fear to tread, blazing a trail that has been followed by millions of others. And in June, we kept our promise. TPV released the first wave of her Dead Man Switch, and it broke the internet.
If you're watching this, it means they got me. My Dead Man Switch activated automatically after I missed 2 scheduled check-ins.
The elites panicked, the media scrambled to bury the story. But we told you from the start, there's more. And now, as promised, we're back. We've received fresh excerpts. We've confirmed the files, and what's inside makes the so-called Epstein client list look like child's play. We're talking names, receipts, and forensic proof of a coordinated global network. Politicians, celebrities, billionaires, connected by the most depraved of secrets. In 2025, TPV has been vindicated. Every story they attacked, every conspiracy theory they tried to smother with fact-checkers has been proven true. And those corrupt fact-checkers? They've been tossed into the dustbin of history where they belong. No wonder the likes of Bill Clinton are experiencing chest pain. Now we stand on the edge of the biggest cover-up of our lifetime. And the deeper we dig, the clearer the truth becomes. People are being erased by the dozen to keep this hidden. Which is why, for your safety and ours, the full investigation is subscriber only. Because once you hear what Virginia's final message really says, you'll understand why the elites would rather burn the world down than let you know the truth. Subscribe to my account now. Because once it's out, there's no going back. To see the rest of this video, please subscribe to the People's Voice Locals community. You'll get to see exclusive videos only available to subscribers that deep dive into topics too controversial for the masses.
A plot to take Trump out within his first 2 years of this presidency by Israel. What do you guys think about that? Based on some of the stories he gets and comes up with and says, I don't know. I do feel like a pretty trustworthy source, but there's also other things at play behind the scenes. So, you know, I think Netanyahu obviously knows that we know that. Maybe Trump's going to make him go through with parts of it to set him up, set the stage. It's a thinker. It's a question. It's, I don't know. All right. Let's bring up our first video tonight. Captain Kyle did a nice Q&A tonight. Let's check it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today, everybody, we are back. We have Captain Kyle. It seems like I have not had him and Kelly on here for, it's been about a month, everybody. He had some issues with some family members, and my aunt passed away. So we are back, everybody. So I'm super stoked to have them back. And if you guys have questions for Captain Kyle or Kelly, please feel free to start raising your hands, and I will unmute your mic at some point in this podcast. Or if you can't speak to him, go ahead and write your question underneath this picture on the wall. Also, to everybody, per the usual, as I always say, be careful who you listen to, who you follow, and what you put into your mind. It is a thing, everybody. It's not just a saying that I've been saying forever. It is a thing. People are getting called out left and right, and it's just, for me, because so many of us, it's almost like they're late to the party with the information they're trying to bring to the table that we already researched like 2-3 years ago, 4 years ago, right? It's nothing new. So, but it's just more division and divide that they're trying to put in within the MAGA movement, Trump supporters, all that stuff. So please, everybody, be careful who you're listening to and who you're following. If they're putting out information out there that Trump is ill, he's no longer with us, run from that. There's a lot of stuff being talked about, how, back in the day, everybody thought, we talked about this a long time ago, but how now it's coming back up to where he told everybody to drink bleach when COVID came around, and, he was pushing the vaccines. All this kind of stuff is resurfacing, everybody. So just please be careful who you listen to and who you follow, and use your discernment, everybody, because there's a lot of fakesters out there. So, and the more they talk, the more they expose themselves. So please, again, if you aren't strong in the mind, stay out of those chats, stay out of those podcasts, stay out of the comment boxes, whatever it may be, just run. Also, too, everybody, if somebody reaches out to you and says they are me and asks you if you're ready for the scare event, money, anything like that, please know that I will not reach out to you randomly and ask you those questions. So please block, report them, let me know so I can make sure they're not here in the chat, because I do protect my chat, my members, and my guests here from these scammers and trolls, because they are thick out there. Also, if you have a family member or a friend that is wanting truth, and you want to send this podcast to somebody, please feel free to go follow the podcast host or any of the social medias. We are being listened to in over 100 countries, everybody, so we are making some good positive noise. I lost my train of thought. The podcast hosts are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, Amazon Music. Social medias are Jenny Dreed Facebook, at Jenny_Dreed X, at JDreed Rumble, at JDreed True Social, at JDreed Instagram, The Revival of America right here on Telegram, The Revival of America on YouTube. However, I haven't been on there very long, but I got hit with a strike, so I can't do anything over there for a couple weeks. So bear with me, everybody. I got hit with a strike, so oops. But I'll be back as soon as the 2 weeks are over, and then I'll be reposting. But now I know a little bit more. When people say you got to watch YouTube, I get what they mean. So they definitely are still censoring everybody over there. Also, too, everybody, check out the website at therevivalofamerica.com. It is new and improved. Sign up for the newsletter. You'll get the latest updates on the shows, as well as the notifications of new podcasts. The show lineup comes out every weekend. Once I get everybody confirmed for that following week, you will hopefully typically get it late Sunday night or early Sunday morning. So watch for that, everybody. Also, if you have a story or a journey to tell, please reach out to me at troasubmissions@yahoo.com. Let me know a little bit of your story. We will vet it, reach out to you, get you and your voice on the story. Because remember, it's your voice, your stories that are going to help shape this new world we're coming into. And everybody know it's going to be your voice that tells the story, not mine, because it's more authentic coming from you, because it's your story. So as much as I love and cherish these stories that you're giving me, I would really highly encourage all of you guys to tell your own stories. Now, if you really want me to, that's fine, but it's just not going to be the same coming from me as if it would be coming from you. So, but I do highly encourage you guys to reach out with your stories. I'm getting a lot of people doing that. So I'm super stoked to be bringing those to you here very soon. And then also too, let's see what else. Website, I think that's it. No, that's not it. Oh, also too, everybody, if you have a personal question, concern, trying to reach out to John Baxter or somebody like that, you can email me at therevivalofamerica@yahoo.com, and I will get you in touch with whomever it is you're looking for. If it's just a question for me, I will respond to you as well. John Baxter will be back on Monday of next week. He is back from his little bit of a break. It seems like everybody's taking a little bit of a break these days, which is well needed and deserved sometimes. So please, I highly encourage you all as well, if you're feeling a little bit bit discombobulated or just confused, just take a break, come back. None of this is going anywhere. But everybody, we are in it right now. We are seeing these Q posts coming. They're coming to fruition in real time, everybody. So all this research that we've been doing, this mental boot camp that we've been in for however long you've been in this journey, it is happening. So get ready. I'm excited for what Captain Kyle has to say today, because like I said, I haven't talked to him and Kelly I talked to Kelly on the backside a little bit, but Captain just entered the room. And so, hi, Kelly. I want to say hi to you too. I just saw you come in. How are you guys doing? Long time no see. Wait, Captain, we can't hear you.
Captain, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
There you go. Hi, Jenny.
What's up?
So, yeah, I had to move. So my internet I was good, and then went to nothing. And this has been my problem lately. It's been like tracking me. It's crazy. House, I'll be perfectly good, and then all of a sudden it'll go down right as we start.
Well, Captain, it's been a month since we've hung out. How the heck are you, my friend? We missed you.
I'm doing good. I hope all is well with you guys at your family and everything. So my heart's been with you guys.
Well, thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. And you as well, hopefully with you. And I know when we spoke, it was my aunt. Then before that, it was your in-laws. So hopefully, man, everybody's going through it, aren't they?
Yeah, it is one of those things. It's just happening. So just kind of just roll with it and let it be, because things are going to be the way they are. And so we have to try to self-facilitate through these obstacles and not get too vested in other people's problems, because they'll try to attach to us and bring us down, because that's what the Matrix is trying to continually do, is drag you back into its mindset, and we just can't allow it.
So much is going on. I was just telling the audience before you popped in that we're in it. I mean, we are seeing so much positive stuff going on. There's a lot of negative, obviously, going on, being said out there. And I always tell the audience, stay out of the minutia, stay out of the noise. But what do you want to touch on that you think that the audience should really kind of pay attention to here in the coming days, weeks, months? Because we're here.
Yeah, really, it goes back to self-preservation and not allow you to get emotionally involved in the things that are happening around us, because we're about to go through a whole lot of stuff. And this was about making sure that your closet was cleaned out and you've been emotionally stable and ready for this roller coaster that we're about to go on to, so that you don't get caught up in it. And that's the whole thing is that we're to be that lighthouse for everybody else, to bring them into safe harbor and to let them know that it's going to be okay. And that if you're trying to run around saving everybody and saving people, a lighthouse doesn't do that. A lighthouse doesn't move around trying to save the ships. It stays planted, and it brings the ships into safe harbor. And that's what we're supposed to do, stay planted and allow that to emanate from us, that calmness and that sense of security, so that we can bring them into safe harbor.
The calm before the storm, everybody. We are that calm in this storm. So try to hang tight, everybody, because I think, with Trump out here saying good night, then yesterday, the narco boat, he, blasted, he annihilates it. I think that was a sign or a message. What are your thoughts on that? And then he's calling out Big Pharma. He's on fire.
Yes, and they're lighting fires everywhere on purpose. And the deal is that it's going to just take off. And it's like the domino effect. The dominoes are starting to actually begin to get ticked off in different areas. And as they continue, it's gonna mass explode in so many different areas. And so that's why it's so important for us to be emotionally grounded and don't get caught up in it, because it's not for us. But the deal is that it's going to affect us. The things that are about to go down in a lot of ways, it's not going to be like people expect it to be. So that's why you should stay open to, no matter how things happen, that's how they were supposed to happen, not through your expectations, but by the way that it is intended to happen. And by doing so, you won't get caught up in, oh, I thought this was going to happen, and oh, that happened, and no, it's just stay out of it. It's all going to happen, and it's going to happen exactly the way it's supposed to. And if you don't have those expectations, all you have is the expectation of the finality of it, because that's where it is possible for us to stay rooted and grounded in the truth, knowing that all the lies are going to get exposed, all of the justice is going to get handed out. And the thing is how it happens and when exactly it happens, nobody knows, not individually anyway. So anybody that's telling you that they're full of shit. And the deal with that is that if you don't have that expectation, all you have is the expectation of every day we're getting closer to the end of it all. That's all you need to be focused on, because it is going to all end. And how it all manifests is a part of the individual journey that we're all going on and that we're all supposed to experience. And so experience it, because this is a once moment, period, each individually. And so if we get caught up in the hows and the whys and all the details are not important, not in that manner, because they're going to be worked out by the actual plan, which is the plan of God. And he's using individuals to actually do those very things until it becomes something that is supernatural. Like when the parting of the sea happens, the closing of the parting of the sea, we're going to have our Red Sea moment with the Lord, and everybody's going to know it's God. And that's the thing that we should stay focused on that moment, because in that moment, all of your family, all of those people that were the doubters are going to be, oh my God, yes, that God is going to be the one in charge of it all. And they're going to acknowledge it. And at that point, that's when their lights are going to become on, and they're going to start to manifest and grow in everything that you've been worried about, that you had no control over, that you tried your best to sway them in all these different areas. Stop it and just stay grounded and allow the Spirit to actually do its job, which is that, to bring them home.
Thank you, Captain. And in your opinion, what do you think that God moment looks like? Obviously, I get it. Nobody really knows. But in your opinion, because I know you've had some experiences on the other side, but what, in your opinion, what do you think you can tell the audience that might look like?
I'm not going to go there on purpose.
Okay.
Those are my truths. And I keep telling, like Kelly and other people, these are my truths. And in my truths, I'm not going to influence other people's truths in exactly what their expectations are, because we are co-creators. And in that co-creation, our expectations of how in the experience is individual. And I'm not going to influence that at all.
I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that. I get it. People set their expectations too high, and majority of the time they get let down. So I know there's a lot of questions coming in, and I know Kelly's probably got a lot from your side over there on your channel too, as well. So everybody, we're going to go kind of straight into questions. I like to ask Captain a couple questions up front. Kelly, I don't know if do you want to ask any? Do you have any questions for Captain yourself? If not, we can go into hands. Although I don't see any hands raised just yet, so you can probably go into reading some questions right away, my friend.
Okay. Yes, there's a few posted on your board. Let's see. Debbie Lou asks, when we get to the other side, do you think hurricanes, tornadoes, and the like will stop? And are they all man-made?
So they will stop to a certain degree. We will still have storms in nature, but not in the same way, because it's a part of the earth itself regulating its temperature and everything else. It's all a part of the process. But for what has been happening is influenced by man and what they have been doing to manipulate it. And yes, that will all end. And so the major negative as far as the natural events will end, but the earth itself will still have nature doing what nature does, but not to the destructiveness that it's been directed into by the man manipulation.
Okay. Next one is Colleen. What do you think is who do you think is the puppet master for Washington State, Oregon, and California? It seems they want us, even if the majority doesn't. I have inside information that California came to Washington State to put the minimum wage increase several years ago on our ballot. I had a business then, and most of my workers were minimum wage. Once this passed, not sure if this was rigged, the increase was so high I couldn't afford it and had to sell. I was only a little grocery store. I want to know who controls these states, and now that they are getting together to force the COVID vaccine again. Thank you.
So there's not an individual, or there was not an individual puppet master. It was the collective, as far as that goes, that were a part of the deep state families that were manipulating the control of those states they had influence over. Excuse me. And basically, even the red states that they didn't have control over, they had control over a lot of the cities, because the major cities were still being controlled by the deep state as well. And then you have the red that was actually on the other side of the coin, that was getting funded and manipulated by them through money and also through blackmail. And you didn't ever know who was actually good or bad. Still to this day, you don't, because even like in the state of Texas, excuse me, where like our governor and a lot of the politicians that are here, when you go back and you look, they were completely influenced and on a part of the Bush platform and everything else. So there's no way that they would be associated with the Bushes and not be caught up in that same ring. So are they being controlled now? Yes, by the White Hats, as far as it goes, to do exactly as the White Hats are controlling. And so then you also have the blue states, that the same thing is happening to them, that they're being forced by the White Hats to continue their destructive manner of taking over, because that's the only thing that will show the people the actual true intentions that they had for complete control, and that it was never about the people ever. It was about them and about their complete dominance and control. And so everybody was being manipulated and controlled. It's like even when you look at Congress and so on and so forth, when Julian Assange said back in the day that 90% of all of Congress is basically on the hook for going down. So who out of that 10% is the ones that are good? Nobody knows. Because if you're being portrayed to be good, you may be bad and you're being forced to be that way, or just the opposite. And so we'll find out when the time is right, when exposure comes and people actually do get taken down, because we're in that time period right now where justice is going to be served. And in that process, that's where disclosure comes. But in that disclosure, we're also going to get who was good, who was bad, and all of the associations that are part of that. It's like, you know, just like where it says, when does a bird sing? Well, when they're caught and they tell on everybody else. And so that's the kind of situation that we're in right now, is that with all of the fires that are being lit everywhere, basically they're destroying themselves, and they're going to continue to expose themselves to the public. And if you don't think, like, just like Kelly sent me today, she had it on the page where Morning Joe was talking about, you know, collaborating with Trump for the benefit of their state. That shit would have never happened if they were not being controlled and being pushed into that disclosure and the exposure to their public. Plain and simple. So, yeah, it sucks about, you know, the minimum wage and all that other stuff, but the people that are actually truly responsible for that, they're not on the table anymore and haven't been for some time. And it will come out on exactly who those individuals were. Maybe not specifically that they were a part of that, but the controllers, they will be exposed and people will know exactly who and what they stood for.
Oh, we lost her. Okay, Captain, I'm going to take a couple questions here until Kelly comes back. Jamie, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Oh, there she is. Go ahead, Jamie.
G'day. Hey, Captain Kyle. How you going?
Good.
That's the way. What's your take on? I understand that the news is fake and the war is real. What's your take on the Islamic issue? Say for the UK, I'm an Australian, but obviously I've got a heritage to the UK. What's your take on the Islamic mass migration in the all the hostels and hotels there and that kind of stuff, and looking like some sort of caliphate? And then the vice president was talking about, well, you know, it looks like UK's been lost and it's becoming an Islamic caliphate with nuclear weapons, and that will pose a direct threat to America. So it looks like it's building up to some sort of thing. What's your take on that?
It's exposure. The people have to be exposed to the criminality that it actually stands for. Not just the caliphate itself, but the mass migration and having that influence of taking over the sovereignty of another country and not having your borders defined by the people of a sovereign nation, and trying to influence the control there. And that's by design initially for the black hats to do that and to basically use that as a manipulation for control, and then the white hats intervening and using it for the exposure for the people so they can see for themselves firsthand the intent by their leadership and just how corrupt they were, and that this has no benefit whatsoever to a nation, period. And in doing so, that's what people will begin and have already on standing up, saying enough is enough. And it's different with different cultures on how much tolerance that they're going to have before saying enough is enough. But they're going to have to be pushed to that point where they finally say enough is enough. And that's where this is happening all over the place in different ways that is specific to their own country and to their own culture.
So Islam, in a sense, people get mixed up with Islam and the general Muslim population. So really, we're talking about an ideology of hate, Sharia law, and that kind of stuff.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
An executive order, I would think, would be pretty good to to put down for any Islamic ideologies to be eradicated, because it's a worldwide infestation. I think you have one in Texas. You have an issue there. We've got Ireland, we've got Great Britain, all over Europe. They've moved in, they've infiltrated, brought their religions into the the freedom libertarian cultures and used that against them. So
it is, and the deal is that the exposure to it is where you get the benefit from, right? Yeah, there's negative that is a part of it. Yeah, you go through difficulties and things bad happen, but the greater good from the exposure of the darkness has to come to the light, and those things are actually coming to the light. Yeah, it's difficult that you got to go through them, but it's all being done measured. So yes, is it chaos? Yes, but it's controlled chaos, and it's not going to get out of control because it is being measured to a point that this is they can't go past this line, and if you do, then basically you're going to be squished without them actually knowing that that's what's happening. But that is what's really happening. Just like they've tried to infiltrate the state of Texas, right? Just as you said. But in reality, they have no influence whatsoever here, period. Okay? They can't actually implement a city that they're trying to put together, because now they can't get any permitting, they can't get any building permits, they can't get anything. And as far as to try to push where they have Sharia law, that's a direct violation of the Constitution, not just the Constitution of the United States, but our state constitution, and it will not be allowed, period. And so people have to be exposed, though, to that this is their ideology, this is their intent, and then we're going to squish the intent before it actually manifests.
Gotcha. The way I see it is it would be a concerted effort by national militaries to clean out. I would say it'd be a 3-day process if things got out of hand. It wouldn't take very long for a cleanup. Do you agree?
It wouldn't be a 3-day cleanup. It'd be like half a day cleanup.
Okay, gotcha. I'm with you.
Because they're fully aware of this is the actual intelligence. Palantir knows everything. It's hooked into the quantum system, and it has the quantum AI that is actually over it, and everyone is fully tracked and fully understood their intent. So it would be nothing for this to actually happen. So nobody's hiding, but the thing is that they have to expose their intentions to the public so that the public can actually see what needs to happen. They're on board with what's going to happen.
Yeah, gotcha. And what's your take on the 80-20 when they say there's 80% on the world's population who has the ability to critical think? Sorry, 20% to critical think, and then 80% are pretty much order followers. And then the new talk now as well, there's 80% NPCs and there's 20% humans. on this planet. So, and that's the mess we're in. So, how do we separate the wheat from the chaff with that?
We don't. It's going to separate itself, and that's the part that we put too much emphasis on, that we have any kind of control over, because we don't. That is a spiritual thing, and that is a God moment that we have absolutely no control whatsoever on. And if we try to focus on those things, then we're going to get caught up in stuff that we have absolutely zero ability to influence or control.
Gotcha. So the philosophy, just let it be.
That is exactly right. Stop doing and just be, because everything is going to manifest exactly how it's going to manifest and exactly when it's going to manifest. And if you just, even if you're having a shitty day, I am so grateful for the things that I'm going through today, because I know that it is beneficial to me and my spirit for what I'm going through today, because I know that God is in control over it, and it is to benefit me or the people that I've influenced around, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, good stuff. God bless.
Changes your perspective about everything.
Yeah, well, that's a change of perspective. That's all you've really got, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, Kelly, go ahead. I see that you popped out and came back in. Go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I must have lost connection. Okay. The next one is from Trump Patriot. Hey, Kelly, quick question. I have looked up the Galactic Federation and the Galactic Alliance. I'd like to know what is the difference between the two. When I look at comments on the subject, I see people say Galactic Federation thumbs down and Galactic Alliance thumbs up. Can I get as clear of an answer as possible, please?
It's basically word salad. The deal is people don't freaking know, and they're basically talking about stuff that they're assuming. And you know what happens when you assume something, right? And the deal is though, that up until a very short time ago, there were a lot of infiltration that was within the actual alliance. You can say the Federation, you can say the Federation of Worlds, the Alliance, whatever you want to say, but it was infected. Well, that's been rooted out, and as of this year, there has been a regime change within that collective. And because of that, everything has changed. Intentionally, they were kicking the can down the road because they were playing both sides, and they were participating in the long game, where it wasn't for them to decide our fate, period. But they were playing our fate decider, so to speak. And that shit's come to an end, as well as the exposure of their intent and the deals that they were making on the other side that have been exposed, and they're not there anymore. So a lot of things are going to happen relatively quickly now on exposure, as well as disclosure that they were intentionally holding back on. And it was not for them to decide when we were ready or how we actually got to the point that we're ready. So where we're at today is that the Alliance and the Galactic Federation of Worlds are actually cleaned out, and in a positive manner for our benefit, but are not in charge of our future. Period. We are.
Okay, thank you. Here's the next one from Dottie. I have a theory about who the first arrest will be. It can't be a high-profile Democrat because of the uprise it would cause, but a high-profile Republican like George W., 9/11, Katrina, Afghanistan, Iraq, who would protest or riot that, set a precedent again. What are your thoughts? Thanks for sharing your time and energy with all of us.
That's a good theory, but in actuality, more so than not, it's going to be either Obama or Hillary. And in my opinion, it's going to happen before this month is over with. And they don't give a shit whether they riot or not. They actually are wanting them to, so that they expose themselves for, they have been in the shadows too long and it's not going to stand anymore. That's going to be the thing that actually activates the sleeper cells and the individual organizations that are behind the scenes that have been too afraid to expose themselves up to this point, because they were supposed to do it already during the No King's March and all that kind of stuff, but too many of them got too scared because of basically the military and the law enforcement was putting up with none of their shit. And what they did actually go out there and do, and how fast individuals that were completely masked up and hidden, nobody knew who they were throwing bricks at like the federal officers and stuff like that, were arrested almost immediately. And in doing so, they got scared. Well, the thing with that is just because they're scared doesn't mean that they still don't have the intent and the intentions that they have, but it has to be something to provoke it for them to basically say the risk versus the reward on what their mindset is enough for them to expose themselves. They have to expose themselves. And so the white hats, they don't care. The military is placed all around. Assets are being moved all over the country for that very thing, because it is already known that this is what is going to happen. It's going to happen.
Okay, so on that note, somebody says, Dennis have there actual been any high-level arrest or tribunals like Hillary, Oprah, Pelosi, or was it just hopium?
No, all of them have already actually had that. And so the thing that is that Hillary's been out of the scene since 2016. So she was actually arrested at the 9/11 event in New York, where she was basically thrown into the freaking van. That individual of Hillary has never seen the light of day since then. It's been a double, and she had two. And the double that has played her ever since. So the deal is that many of them have already faced tribunals as well as executions. And when the time is right, they will be shown to the public, even if they show them to the public as if they're actually happening right then, they've already happened. And for verification of happening, they were actually filmed in both digital and analog, both, on purpose, because that shows authenticity. Because digitally can be manipulated, but the analog, as soon as you mess with the analog, it shows that it's been tampered with. And when you have them both running side by side, frame by frame, and second by second on the metadata and everything else, then it shows the authenticity. And so that's what they were done. So when they set up the courtrooms in Guantanamo, that's how they were actually being filmed. Everything was filmed in both digital and analog simultaneously for verification purposes. So we will see it all. And if it's portrayed as actually happening right now, that's fine, because the outcome will be the same. But the scenario is that anyone that questions the validity of it will be able to go to that, and it will show authenticity that it actually happened.
Okay, Jenny, did you want to go to hands?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to hands here. Okay, Linda Hendrickson, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Hey, I'm listening with my husband, and years ago, I heard HARPA, DARPA, DO, and I told him, remember these 3 words. So I want Kyle to explain what HARPA, DARPA, DOs are.
Man, I don't have a freaking clue.
You don't?
I don't.
HARP,
I really don't.
HARP is a weather mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do understand what each one of them are, but I don't know what it means collectively as far as like a specific thing. I mean, HARPA, yeah, it's weather. And, you know, DARPA is the Defense Agency Advanced Propulsion Systems. And that's basically been the creator of a lot of their, you know, technologies that most people have no idea we have. That's been some back engineered, some given to us, and so on and so forth. But I thought it meant something that was all simultaneous. So I didn't know what you were talking about.
No, because I watch a lot of different stuff, and I knew HARP was weather, DARPA was, you know, and the DOs, well, that's your direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
Starting the fires. But
Yeah,
I
no,
figured if my husband heard it from somebody else besides me, he might want to listen more.
No, I get it. And yes, each one of those, you can look up each individual thing, and there's a lot of information on all 3 in the public arena, even on the mainstream media side, that explains a lot of the stuff that's been validated, not conspiracy anymore. Even the DO weapons. I mean, they've talked about them on mainstream media even today. You know, just a couple of years ago, it was like, oh, that's all bullshit. But no, it's real, and they've had them forever. And the deal with that is that that's how they have done a lot of the implementation of serious destruction. And even like the explosion that happened in Libya, that was a DO weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the whole thing is that, you know, past, you know, is always, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. And when you're talking about things that people aren't familiar with, then you can go back and look at things in the past after actually been validated now. And then you can start to correlate, okay, well, this did happen that way, this did happen that. But you got to put them together so that they helps them paint the picture, so to speak, right? It's like I was talking to Kelly earlier today about, well, you know, you tell people, you know, you need to do your research. Well, most people don't have any idea where to do the research. So you kind of direct them into where to find the information so that when they find the information, because they didn't know where to look, you can't go, well, you can go to Google. I mean, come on, really. And so when you find the information, then when that light bulb starts to come on, that becomes their truth because it's their discovery. That's what makes it real.
Thank you, Captain. All right. Thank you, Linda. All right. Miss Mary Fuller, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mary. Mary Fuller, your mic is unmuted. Push the blue button. There you
Thank
go.
you. I'm sorry. I had my phone in my pocket while I was outside watering here in Florida, and I don't have a question. I was just trying to listen, but I think my pocket accidentally hit that. So I just want to say thank you all. I really enjoy your program all the time, and I'm sorry to have made a false movement here. Thank you.
Oh, you're good, Mary. Thank you for being here. Okay, Norma Reynolds, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
It looks like things could be heating up in Chicago as early as this weekend with our military going in. Could you please share some of your thoughts on this? Thank you.
Well, they're already there. A lot of the federal agents are already there too. And so when it's time for it to hit the streets publicly, it's going to, and it's going to relatively quickly. But the deal is that they're not there for the criminals, not the street criminals, so to speak. That's just a front.
Right.
It's to take down the criminal individuals that are a part of the deep state plan and the manipulation, because they are invested in these Democrat cities all across the country. And that's why Trump is basically calling them out individually. And what's going to happen is that they're going to begin to use these cities as strongholds as it gets further down the road.
Okay.
Because they're going to have they're going to retreat to a place that they find sanctuary, but there's not going to be no sanctuary for them. It's just going to put them all in the same places.
Okay,
it's kind of like the Texas Democrats, where they all left here and went to Illinois, and they were all being saluted up there and blah 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 whatever. That's how they are. They're not real bright like that. And so when shit starts to hit the fan, they bail. But when they do, they go to their friends. And in doing so, that just puts them all in the same place, makes them easier to round up all at one time.
Okay, thank you so much. I just thought that it looks like that, things could really kind of heat up and
they're about to.
Yeah.
They're about to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
they're about to. This
that's
whole
what
month,
we're wanting to hear.
it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild month, honey. It's going to be a wild month.
Okay,
So-
thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Norma. All right, Tippy, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Captain Kyle your question. Go ahead, Tippy. Hit the blue mic.
All right. Hey, good being able to listen to you guys again. I appreciate you, Captain Kyle and Kelly. Okay, so I appreciate your explanation earlier, because I really wanted to ask you. I live in a red state, but this area where I am at is my whole city council is 100% Democrat and has been for years. And JD Vance was here just a few weeks ago and said that this area was the crime was just really high, and it is. So we are on that list of, I think, the 19 states where they're going to come on, not the original 34, but I do anticipate them coming in. So I appreciate your explanation, because I keep thinking, why are they just acting like there's no accountability? They're just, do they not know? Have they not been told? They're just it's just corrupt as could be. But the other thing I want to say, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, they're being pushed to continue the process. And if they deviate from any of it, they will be pulled out of the picture immediately, because they already know the fate. And so the situation is that that's why this is not the Democrats' way. Never has been. Their whole thing has always been in secrecy, and that we do it to where nobody finds out about it. Well, now it's being pushed so far and so fast that it's like, why would they be doing this? Well, because they're being forced to, because it brings exposure to themselves and their criminal intent and actions that the average person, not the person that's got any kind of sense, but the average person goes, something's wrong here.
Yeah. Well, that makes
They may
sense.
not
And I
know
should
what's
have.
wrong, but they actually are starting to
Yeah.
question the fact that this ain't right.
Yeah.
So that makes it to where when things actually do begin to happen and the exposure, when they start being exposed for that, then that allows that light, that bell to get rung going, oh, okay, now that makes sense. Now I understand, but they didn't before, but it has to get a light put on it.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. I should have figured that out. But, they're raising taxes and putting all these, the more and more levies and they're getting passed. And I'm just sitting back here like, how is this happening? It's just been crazy, but I should have figured that out. But so I just want to make a couple, ask a couple questions too. I really want to say that, when I was, very young, I'm one of those people. I've had strange things happening to me before I was even old enough to even know, so I know, there's something very deep here and that God does have a plan for me. Trying to stay very open-minded and doing a lot of praying, trying to get closer, more spiritual so that I can, I pray for clarity, discernment, and all that stuff. So here's my problem. Over the last few years, I have, I feel like, how when someone has the near-death experience and they say that they see their life, flashing in front of them, they have all of these, videos, memories, or whatever it is of their whole life. The last few years since I've been awake, and this has been going on for a long time, I just I've been remembering every memory from ever. And some of them good, but some of them not so good. And this is my problem. The ones that are not good, I seem to be stuck on them. And I listen to you and I know you say, forgive, and I've forgiven, but it's just that I seem to not, I can't get through it. And I don't want to be left behind. I want to be what God wants me to be. He's given me a lot of experience, but I'm just stuck and I don't know how to get beyond it.
So this is something that I was actually talking with Kelly about today, kind of.
Okay.
So the thing is that when these emotions and these memories come up and you feel the emotions from them and everything else that have you thought maybe that they were gone, that they weren't there anymore, whatever. Well, they haven't been because you've not released them completely. And to release them means that you have to forgive the circumstances and you have to forgive yourself for whatever the purpose of it was and whatever you needed to learn from it. Okay. And then in doing so, then let it go. And meaning by let it go means to actually let it go completely and not to ever pick it back up again. It's not yours. And that emotion or that circumstance or that situation has no emotional control over you anymore. And that's what gives you freedom. And so when you forgive someone or a situation, it's nothing to do with forgiving them because they deserved it or that it's the right thing to do or any of that. The only reason that you bring forth forgiveness is so that you can release it. It's for your benefit. because you're the one carrying it. You have to let it go by forgiving it, and then forgiving whatever happened. It doesn't need to be justice for it, because that's not the purpose of it. The purpose is to forgive the situation. It had purpose, whatever that may be. And I learned from whatever it was. And now I'm going to turn it back over to the universe. And it is not mine to carry ever again. And that has no control over me ever again, emotionally. And at the point in which I let it go, that means now that I can talk about it. And that means I can have expressions about it and not have any kind of emotional hook in me anymore by it, because it doesn't have control over me anymore. And because of that, I'm the one that owns it. I own my own emotional control, not it. Until I fully let it go and forgive it, then that means that I can forgive myself for holding on to it, experiencing it for as long as I have, and walking around thinking that it's been gone. It's been just shoved in the back of my closet, and I've still had that emotional hook in me that is actually influencing different aspects of my life, and that it wasn't my fault. I didn't do it, but it was an experience that I had to go through for my higher self. And in doing so, I love myself, because you cannot love yourself truly unless you forgive yourself for whatever has happened to you.
Amen. Thank you for that, Captain. Beautifully said. Tippy, we were getting background noise, so I had to mute your mics. If you want to come back up here, if that answered your question. If not, then you can come back up here. Carrie, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead, Carrie. Your mic is unmuted. There you go.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks to all. And Captain Kyle, you answered a question earlier regarding when they do actually show us the tribunals, and that you don't know whether or not the public will know if it's current or if it had already happened in the past. I am so hoping that people realize that Hillary was gone back in 2016, and we actually saw her being shoved into, we saw the arrest. And I am so hoping that people find out that Joe Biden wasn't actually there doing the presidential debates with Trump. And I know it's not about me, but there's some sort of vindication that all of us that have been saying and listening to Derek Johnson and believing everything and following the Q posts and listening to all the truthers that are decoding all this stuff. And we've figured it out, and we've tried to help others that are not awake. For those things to be shown and for people to not be told that this was in the past, something about that is disappointing. And so I don't know that I have a question. It's just kind of a comment.
So it's not that it will be hidden, because nothing will be hidden. But when it gets exposed, how will it get exposed? Okay. And in the bigger picture, does it matter truly that we get vindicated? Because that's an ego thing. I mean, in reality, yeah, I want vindication, but does it matter really? No. It doesn't matter even about me. It doesn't matter about my channel. It doesn't matter about any of this stuff. What matters is that people are exposed to the truth. They get woke up and they get to the other side. And how they get there matters. That's
I
all
agree
that
with
really
you.
truly matters.
I get it, and I agree. It's an ego thing. I fully admit it.
It's a selfish thing, and I want it too.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't happen that way, which I say, be careful about your expectations of how things happen.
Yeah.
But nothing will be hidden, meaning that if people want to know the truth, all will be exposed and all will be available for people to know. That means even the deepest, darkest rabbit holes that are out there. But be careful in the rabbit holes you want to go down. Just because you want to know the truth doesn't mean you can unsee the truth.
Oh, I hear you. I can't unsee what I've seen 5 years ago, and it's haunting. But there is something to be said about people realizing the enormity of this operation.
They
And
will. They
good.
will.
Okay, good.
But it will be done in a way that is beneficial to everyone, not just because I want to feel good, because I did know this a long time ago and I wished you would have known it. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I had this conversation earlier with Kelly. I've talked to her about these things all the time, about, you know, my wife and her being on a completely different frequency than I am in so many different areas that are kind of off limits. And yeah, she's awake to that, a lot of the stuff like this. But the really deep things and the really spiritual things that really truly matter on another freaking planet, another realm. And if I go there, we're fighting.
Yeah.
And does it matter? I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Because all that matters is that her light comes on eventually, which it will. And at that point, she'll know. I don't need to say, I told you so, or anything else.
Agree.
We're just going to be in the same place at the same time. But the deal is you got to be careful about wishing for those kind of things, because the person that maybe having their head up their ass right now, and you're trying so hard to wake them up, that when they wake up, they get a download that makes you look like you're not awake. Because it can happen that quick and all at one time.
I suppose. Yes, I suppose.
No,
I guess
it really can. I'm telling you, it really can.
Yeah.
Because I've seen things that I can't explain, but I've experienced them in the spiritual realm that are actual facts and actual truths, but I do not have the level of knowledge or understanding on how to even explain in a way that someone that has not seen or witnessed the same thing would ever be able to have a perspective of understanding. It'd be like being in 1950 and going, you know what? How's your Wi-Fi working? What? Yeah, you know, your internet, with your Wi-Fi, with your phone that you walk around with, it's like a computer. What? They have no perspective of it. None. I'm telling them exactly what it is, but they have no perception of the understanding of it because it's not within their realm of understanding at all. They have no perception to base it off of, period. And so with that, can someone have an instant download of remembering everything that they were in all their lives and all that they have forgotten? All at one time that can happen. All at one time. And have a complete recall of everything. Because the deal is that we only use a very small percentage of our brain capacity that we have right now.
Right.
But in our crystalline mindset and what we're going to in that frequency, we have 100% capacity with our mind, meaning that you can learn read and write a new language you've never seen before in only a few hours and become fluent in reading and writing a new language in a couple hours.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. And just, you know, maybe I phrased my question or my comments wrong, but I just want Trump and the military to get the credit they deserve for the way in which they went about this.
They don't care. They don't care.
You're right.
I'm telling you, they do not care.
I know, you're right.
It's secrecy because they don't care.
But they deserve.
It's not about getting any kind of credit. Nobody wants, I don't want credit here. People, they don't want credit. They want the outcome. That's all that matters.
It's just so amazing what they've accomplished and how long that they've, you know,
They
been
will be-
underground and just.
And the thing with that is
It's
that
amazing.
they will be exposed for those very things by other individuals, but not by themselves.
Yeah.
Period. Because
Yeah.
they do not do it for the credit. They don't want the exposure. And that's not why they're doing it.
I know. I know.
People don't go and die for their country because they want something from it.
You're right. You're right. Well,
Thank you,
thank you.
Carrie.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you,
you, hon.
Captain. All right, Miss Kelly, your turn.
Okay, let's see. Is Nicera Jacera gold coin real or a scam?
Oh, it's a scam unless it's something that's actually a real coin. I mean, if it's a real gold coin, then it's a real gold coin. But I don't know anything about that it's real or not real because, I mean, I'm not the one that has anything to do with it. So there's not any actual Nicera Jacera been released yet. So it's coming from whoever's actually promoting it, and whether or not that individual is credible or not, I don't know. And whether or not they're, actually selling something that's actually real or not.
I say be careful.
Yeah, I'd say all goes to credibility. Like there's a person that is on my channel that does do gold and silver and all that kind of stuff and makes specific coins and different stuff, but they're 100% real silver. And he has this machine that does the, where it has the images on them and all that other kind of stuff. And he did that because back in the day, he lost his job, and him and I were friends from the very beginning of this. And he went to selling and started his own business selling basically coins and stuff to help support his family without taking the freaking jab, and asked me back a long time ago, would I help him? And I said yes, because of the relationship that I have with him, that he's a good man, he does the right thing, and it's for the right purpose. And I've never did any advertising. I've never had any kind of money. He's never given me any. I bought a lot of stuff from him to support him, and I don't want anything in return. And you have to look at what kind of relationship you have with someone, whether or not you can trust whether it's real or not, and authenticity. And so with that, it all goes to credibility. And is it a credible place, a credible business, whatever it is? And you have to be cautious when doing stuff like that, no matter what it is. And that goes to basically relationships with people or relationships with certain businesses. And you always want to be cautious about any of that kind of stuff. And anything that is, has to do with Nicera and Jacera and this or that or the other, I always question it, because what's the real goal in it? I mean, really, is it to make money, or what is it what's the benefit from it? So even like that, my online store, I haven't put a new shirt or new hat or nothing on there in months and months and months, because it was not really about us doing any of that stuff. People ask me for so long, could you actually do something so that we have some participation and that we show participation in your support? And I did it. And I don't do anything with it on purpose, because I don't really care about it. I don't really care about any of that stuff. Never have. It was about people being able to get a shirt or get something that they feel their connection to, their participation and their support, showing their support and that kind of connectedness. And so I was like, yeah, I'll do it for that reason and nothing else. That's why I don't go and make new ones and push a new shirt and do new hats and new this. And it becomes a business, and I don't need no damn business.
I say just be careful, everybody. If something like that, it's just a red flag. Thank you, Captain. Go ahead, Kelly.
It's always good advice, period.
Amen. Are you there, Kelly? Did she get kicked off again?
No, she's there. I don't know if she's muted or not. So
No, she's unmuted. It shows her mic open. Okay, until we hear her voice, I'm going to call on somebody here. Okay, Miss Vicky, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Captain Kyle, Kelly, Jenny. Appreciate these shows. I would wonder if you could explain a little bit, Captain Kyle, about the difference between flipping a pancake and peeling an onion. That's it in a nutshell. I'm around a lot of people, and I was one time thinking, more like, well, as soon as this happens, everything will be okay. And then it dawned on me that it's going to be step by step, and it's like peeling an onion, and we would be given things to, I think, financial release, but it could be 2, 3, 4 years before things are really cleaned up. It won't be bad like it is now, but if you could get some explanation.
So you're right in part of that. So the exposure to people on the criminal aspect of it all and the exposure to that, then yes, it's like peeling an onion. But the other part of that is that when it's time to actually flip the pancake, it's time to flip the pancake. And that's when it happens relatively quickly. But leading up to that point, it's the peeling of the onion, just like you said. And that's a step-by-step process so that people are introduced to the awareness of it, the exposure happens, and they get time to be able to swallow and digest before new information. But the more information that comes out about the topics, the circumstances, situations, and so on and so forth, the closer it will be to the flipping of the pancake so that you can actually finish the process. Because like when you actually have a pancake, you sit there, you put it on there, it takes a while, you start to see the bubbles, and you got to wait, because if you flip it too soon, then it's still not cooked all the way. If you wait too long, you burn it around the edges. And so it's still a process. But once you flip it and it's over the other side, that's it's a one and done. It's almost finished, right? And so that's kind of where we're at. And when we start to move through the justice part of it, that's going to happen really quickly. The financial part of it is going to happen really quickly. And that's because once it gets to the point of collapsing, which it has to do because it has to implode upon its own self so that people will be able to let it go. Because people want change, but when change actually starts to happen, they reject. They want they want the past because that's where they're comfortable. They don't like change and the new. But when you destroy that bridge, there's no other option, because they see the corruption that was involved in it all. It's like when you take in a lot of the Democrats this year, and they now woke up to the fact that the monies that were being basically defrauded from them, they feel very deceived. And a Democrat, their whole world is built on the foundation of being a Democrat. That's their foundation. And when that happens and they're deceived, they feel very betrayed. And, like us, our whole thing isn't about being a Republican. I don't give a shit about Republican. I just know what's right, how I feel about things, my family, my work. I have all these other interests, and they're not based upon that fundamental belief of being a Democrat or a Republican. Doesn't work that way. So use this analogy for that. A Democrat uses their belief system is the foundation, and everything is built upon that foundation, as in a building going straight up. And so if you rock that foundation, it brings the whole building down, because everything is based on that fundamental belief system. Well, when you look at it like a Republican or somebody that's, an independent, they're self-thinker, it's a completely different thing, because their political beliefs are just that. It's just their political beliefs. They have their religious beliefs, they have their spiritual beliefs, they have their family, they have their work, they have their interests that they have, their hobbies, and each one of these are important to them separately. And so everything is not all in one basket, and then you put everything in that basket. And so it's more like a mall. And so you could actually tear down or destroy one part of that, and everything else is okay. So that's why a lot of the Republicans through time have been to where they've been manipulated through the Democrats and by their corruption, because it's like they get voted in and it's like, oh crap, it's the wrong candidate. We got to deal with Obama and his bullshit for 4 years. Oh, now it's 8 years. Oh my God. Well, I'm going to just focus on the rest of my stuff, and I'm not going to worry about that, and so on and so forth. Well, we see the difference between that and a Democrat, because when Trump came in, their whole freaking world collapsed. Oh my God, I'm going to die. It's a difference in perspective. So the way we live is more like a mall, and the way that they live is like a building going straight up, and their political beliefs is their foundation. And when you crack their foundation, they feel betrayed, and it brings the whole house down. That's what's been happening right now.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Vicky. All right, go ahead, Kelly. You're back.
Okay. Kevin asked, thank you, Captain Colin Kelly. Is there any help needed in San Diego? I'm available. Pray, pray, pray.
Yeah, the Marines got it.
Well, he wants to help.
Well, all you can do by hoping is by staying out the way and actually making sure that your foundation is stable and that you are in positive nature for the chaos that's about to come. Because we don't want to get caught up in it, and it definitely ain't for us to go out there looking for it. But if it shows up at our doorstep, we know how to deal with it.
Now we sign up for ICE also.
That's right. They're looking for people.
Okay, Linda asked yesterday at the White House briefing, why did J.D. Vance have no flag or other pin on his lapel? Some looked like they had Space Force pins on, but Vance had none at all.
I don't think I'm ready to go there. Because this is my personal opinion, and I'm going to just state it that way. The JD is not what everybody thinks JD is.
Boom. I'm back here in the background laughing, Captain, because I'm like, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just going to go there, and I ain't going to go any further, but it's going to surprise the shit out of y'all, because it ain't what you think it is.
Yep.
Just going to stay with that for now.
Okay. Linda asks, or I'm sorry, EML Patriot asks, once things start popping off, what would be the best guess as to how long the worst of the events would last?
The worst of the worst, probably a couple weeks to a month, but the overall is probably going to be a couple of months. Reality is going to be completely different by the first part of next year. But getting into next year, it's going to be really difficult, and it's going to start this month, at the end of this month, hardcore. The fall, when I said that the Lord showed me that they will fall in the fall, this is the fall that they fall. And the exposure of that.
Okay. Let's see. We already talked about arrest. Glenn would like to know, are local municipalities in process of arrest of politicians and Masons, or will that happen during the 10 days post EBS?
That's coming, and it's not going to happen the way people think it is. The clean out of the municipalities down to the very smallest is in the works and will be handled from the military aspect and the sheriff's side and the federal agents that are being positioned to handle that right now. It's coming.
All right, Jenny, that was 4.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. All right. Let's see. We've got Icy Hot Man. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Jenny, Captain Kyle, and Kelly. I really appreciate you guys having your time for all of us and encouraging us with your words and wisdom. So real quick, what are your thoughts, Captain Kyle, on XRP? I know you've invested in some. Do you think there's going to be a buyback? Do you think when the financial market crashes, do you think that's when the buyback will occur? And just again, a second to that, my parents have money in their 401k, and I keep telling them to take it out and basically put it in the banks because it's mirrored on the QFS. What's your thoughts on trying to encourage my parents to do that, or any of my friends? Thank you so much.
The 401k is a part of your retirement, and the way that it was always explained to me from the very beginning was that your retirement was safe because it's set up in a retirement account.
Okay.
And that the corruption happens from the brokers and the financial houses, that they're in it for themselves. And so because of that, the loss would be on their side, but not on the people that actually have invested in it, right? Because most people don't have control of their 401k or any of that kind of stuff, right?
Makes sense. Yes.
And so they're not going to be punished because of the takedown of the financial institutions. And that's always been the thing with Trump and the White House from the very beginning. Now, if you're a personal investor, you're owning money and you're out there, well, then you're rolling the dice with your own money, doing your own thing. And because of that, it could crash tomorrow and you're going to lose it all.
Sure.
And you know that going into it, right? So that's a different scenario completely. So the other part of that with XRP and stuff, I believe that there will be a buyback on the XRP, and exactly when that's implemented, because that's an institutional coin that we were never supposed to have. That's why the banks made it so fucking hard to get in the beginning period.
Exactly.
Because nobody was even supposed to know about it, and that it was a part of the scenario with Ripple from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And that was supposed to be for the few that found out about it and were able to go down that path. It would change their life forever. And it was intended for the few, not for the masses and everything else. And now, is it going to be permanent as far as the buyback? I don't know, because, it may be, because I've heard some others good, compelling stories that it can be actually used by the institutions, but you still own it and they have to pay you for it, which is a part of an actual good thing, because you still are an owner of it, but they're now using it as an investment tool for the banks themselves, for the cross-border payments and stuff.
Yep.
But they don't own it, you do, and they're paying you to be able to use it. And that it's like it's your investment, right?
Makes sense.
And in that case, it would be valued at what it's going to be valued at, because it's going to be a lot. and you still get to own it, but you're now leasing it for their use and they're being able to use it, but you never relinquish ownership of it, right?
Yes.
And so it's like the best of both worlds in that aspect, right? And so I'm going to just play that one out by ear as far as it goes, because I think that's going to be also an option. But I have a lot of XRP, and the deal with that is if it, changes and goes to what I believe it is, then that's generational wealth right there. So
Absolutely.
I don't give
Yes,
a
sir.
shit what happens.
Right.
I mean, reality. But that's only one aspect, because we have our bonds that are owed to us. I know for a fact of 5 or 6 bonds that I actually have that are worth millions because I've looked them up. We have our QB account. It's our basically that's the investment tool that the deep states used
It's the Q
forever.
Trust.
Yeah, it's the trust that they've used for us, going back all the way to the 1600s.
Wow.
To make money. And so the deal is that they, on your birth certificate, when you're born, they invest a specific amount of money. And on that, basically, they have done between 60 and 80% return on that your entire life.
That's
and so
insane.
it's worth a gazillion amount of money. But the thing with that, the QB Trust is that part of it will be yours, half of it, and the other half is going to go in the Treasury Department. But we also have the Treasury Department that's going to also pay us because of the ownership that we have in the companies that are being taken over through the transferring of wealth that corporations have basically given up because of their involvement with crimes against humanity and basically the manipulation of our elections and everything else. And so when we say treason, as well as, those things, not only is it life and death, but it's also their fortunes. And those go to the Treasury Department. So when Trump initiated the wealth fund for the United States for people, that's putting all of those funds together for the people to be paid out from those companies that they are publicly saying that they're taking percent in, as well as the companies that they have taken complete ownership of through these takeovers.
Wow, that's incredible.
So like what they said, like Intel, the company for the deal that they just made, 10% of Intel is now going to the trust, the wealth fund, right? So now 10% of that company is owned by the people. And NVIDIA, same thing. So a lot of these companies have a percentage of it now in the deals that were made that are going into the wealth fund that are going to pay out the citizens, us, for the rest of our life.
Wow. That's amazing.
People aren't going to have any kind of worries whatsoever when this all goes around to the end of this.
Yes, sir.
Because there's more than enough money that no one would ever have to worry about anything ever again, because we should have never been in that situation. But that's the whole thing, is changing the perception and the mindset of people about money and about those things in which are valued, because that's what people value is money, and what things are worth is valued in money, right?
Sure.
And so the perspective has to begin to change so that people put worth on a different measure than just monetary gain.
Makes sense. Wow, that was a lot. Thank you so much, Captain Kyle. That was a huge explanation that I needed.
It's all good, brother.
Appreciate
Thank you, Ice. Thank you, Icy Hot Man. All
Thank
right,
you,
Captain
guys.
Cal typically gives us 90 minutes of his time. Captain, you have time for 2 more questions?
Yep.
All right, let's go, CC Wallace. Your mic is unmuted.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I came in late and I'm not sure if the state of Washington has been brought up in any of the conversation. Seattle is listed as one of the 12 cities, but Washington in general's been kind of kept out of the news. So was wondering if there was any thought or insight on what
Washington State itself is actually relatively good. It's the clusterfuck of the city of Seattle and the surrounding little area that are around there. But you get out into the suburbs of Washington and you're not going to have any real issues. But Seattle and Tacoma, that whole little stretch right through there, yeah, it is. But you also have the dual military base that's right there in between the two, right?
Yes, JBLM.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And that's positioned just perfectly for what needs to be happening right there in that area.
Okay, and that will include maybe the capital area as well.
Yeah, so yeah, there's nothing to really worry about. They will handle it. It'll be handled relatively quickly. None of that summer of love bullshit.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm going to the east side of the state where it's a different flavor, so to speak.
Yeah, I've been there many times, and like I said, my son actually was stationed there for a period of time. That's why I know about the bases and how they're all situated. And yeah, it's all good.
Okay, and the second question, real quick, is any thoughts on Starlink and to have it or not to have it?
So the deal is the Starlink is it's accessible direct to cell phones. It doesn't matter what cell phone provider you have already.
Okay.
So
for
when they go to
internet
shut it off or to turn it on, you don't have to worry about, I don't have Starlink and I don't have it with my phone and what am I going to do? You ain't gonna have to worry about nothing because they already, so if you go back and you look, T-Mobile actually did an experiment with Starlink on actually being able to push it directly to the cell phones that they're already designed to take it right now. The cell phone you have in your hand right now is actually capable of actually receiving Starlink communication. You just don't know it yet.
Okay, I have a 10R, so
It don't matter. It's
doesn't
good.
matter. Okay.
Nope. Like I
What
said,
about
it has to do with the technology. The hardware was already there. They pushed the software for the technology to actually match it now. And that was actually tested by T-Mobile and Starlink about 2 years ago. But like I said, all they got to do is flip the switch for it, and then you're getting access on your phone, whether you realize it or not.
Okay, where I'm moving to doesn't have any kind of in the ground broadband or internet, and so I'd have to get
So that would be good for just regular internet in like rural areas. You absolutely get that. I mean, you know, the thing with that is that if I was anywhere outside of like the city suburb areas that I am right now, then I would have gotten Starlink a long time ago. But you can still, people, you know, get it for their vehicles and get it for their boats and, you know, when they travel and all that kind of stuff and have a Starlink service. And that's actually awesome. I mean, I know quite a bit of good stuff about it. So, and the thing with that is that right now they've got Starlink actually clocked, meaning they've got it slowed down. So even people that's got really good service where they're getting like 200-300 megabytes a second download speed stuff, which is hauling ass. Actually, that's clocked and it's really slow. The only ones that are really getting the good stuff is the military, and they're getting it at the full strength, and it would shock you how fast it is.
Thank you. Will how will the world of justice change with the courts and say anybody that might have a felony charge or anything like that? How will those get repaired if the
Would be
person
how
is
they're
doing the
how
right
they
thing.
are. Yeah, it's all going to be individually based upon what it is, how it actually went down, what the circumstances are behind it, and what kind of consequences are there of it remaining or not remaining.
Okay.
So it'll be an
Thank
individual
you.
thing, even though it's could be also a mass thing, meaning it could change like the overall perspective of it, 75%, but then you still got the 30% or 25% that is just a hair outside of that category that's still within that same felony. But it's like, this is what it was really for. And all the other was just bullshit for them to control everything with. And so there's going to be that kind of fix of the criminal system. I was in court today and I won. And I went in there and basically it was like, I had to, when they called my name, I had to say guilty, not guilty, no contest, whatever. It was municipality bullshit. And I said, not guilty, see the prosecutor. So when I got the chance to see the prosecutor, I went in, he's like, okay, you've got this offense right here. I said, it's bullshit. He said, what do you mean? I said, it's basically this. And I was like, it didn't happen. And he's like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah, I've got video of the actual. And he's like, you got a video of the actual offense? I'm like, yeah, I got it in high definition. And he said, you want to see it? And he's like, yeah. So I turned my little laptop right here on and I played it for him. And they dismissed the case. But he was actually shocked that I brought the evidence that I brought and how I said, I've got it all on camera. And it didn't happen the way it was described. And the deal is that your officer passing out these tickets need to know what the fuck the law is, because she's actually writing tickets and she's no idea what she's doing. I said, I ought to charge you guys for my time off work today, which is $1,000 for me actually having to show up to her bullshit charge. We're going to dismiss this right now.
Good job, Captain. All right. I love it. See, everybody, you got to know you got to know it to play the game, right? That was a great story. Thank you, Captain. All right, Miss Renee, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Go ahead, Renee. All right, everybody.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yep. Oh, okay. No, you want to go? It's okay.
No. I was just going to close it out, but since you're responding, so go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Captain Kyle. Oh my gosh. Ascension and dreams. I've had so many dreams lately, like literally like over the whole world, like just watching everything sweep away, like with Trump and tow. It's just been weird, but I don't know, like what is the thing with dreaming and ascension? And I also had a dream that like time was just wiped out, like we were not going by time anymore. I don't know, just weird, crazy dreams that I wake up and I'm like, oh my gosh, is this real? Or so just had a question on that. That might be a little too deep, but
No, actually it's not. And the thing with that is that's a good place to be in, because what you're doing is that you're actually in your subconscious while you're sleeping, you're actually interacting in the 5-dimensional space. And because of that, it is grounding you deeper and deeper into those realities and that perspective that you feel that it's kind of crazy to talk to people about, because in that reality is not like this one here at all.
No,
and the
it's
thing with
not.
that is that that's the reality more so than not that we are all going into. That is a 180-degree flip from where we're at right now. And so it's hard for people to grasp that perspective because this is all they know and they haven't experienced that. And the more you experience it, the more understanding that you're going to get from it, because it's going to continually show you deeper and deeper truths. And so be receptive to it. And so a lot of times when that used to happen to me, when it first started, I was like, I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh, hell no, I'm going back to sleep because I'm going right back to where I was at. No, I ain't getting up yet. And man, I would sleep 12, 13, 14 hours because I wanted to be back where I was at and going through what I was going through. And I would go right back to where I was at in the dream, in that space, in that place. And it was preparing me more and more for exactly everything that's going on today. And in that reality, in 5D and higher, time is not linear. It's now. And the perspective of the future and the past are all simultaneously at the same time as now. And so time is not linear. It's all encompassing. You can't explain it unless you've experienced it. And so it's coming, and just keep enjoying it.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like just seeing like all this like, poor, like broken down places just like all being washed over, and it was just like so beautiful. And I'm getting the chills right now. But I mean, this stuff happens to me all the time, but even in real life certain things happen. I'm like, oh my gosh, I know that was you, or but the other question really quick is the 3D and the 5D. I try so hard to stay above the 3D, but then it's like this whole work thing. I mean, we're all going through it, but so hard to get caught up and stay in a higher vibration. And hopefully soon we will all be there. But yeah.
So it's the 3D train trying to pull you back down from the 5D perspective. But you're trying to stay on in that perspective, and it's going to continue to do that for some time now. But those two trains are getting further and further apart, and it's going to be harder and harder for that to actually happen. So be encouraged that that's just the dense reality of this matrix trying to pull you back down into it. But don't give a shit about it. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Because it's not for you to worry about, and it's already been worked out. And the one that's working it out is the creator of it all. And because of that, you're exactly where you're supposed to be, dealing with exactly what you're supposed to be at any given time, at every given moment. And with that, I don't have to give a shit. I really don't, because he's in control. And so with that perspective, it's real easy not to care. It's not that I don't have compassion for things, because I do, but I'm not going to worry about it, because wherever you are, that's exactly where you're supposed to be. And that's what you signed up for. I know that you signed up for it. So don't bitch and whine about it. Get over it.
Amen, Captain. What a way to close out this chat. Wow, that was powerful. Thank you, Captain, for that. And Kelly, thank you once again for reading the questions. And we'll see you back here in 2 weeks, Captain.
Absolutely. Peace out, everybody.
All right, love you guys. God bless you. And so excited to be back with you guys. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Tomorrow, come back for Rick Anson from Brain IQ Health, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Good night, Kelly. Good night, Captain.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Love you.
Love you, girl.
Okay. I don't know how far off I. Is anyone still here? We started kind of late, didn't we? We will save the rest for tomorrow night, guys. I'm sorry if I. It's been a long day. Where am I here? We'll try again tomorrow.